A very good morning, viewers. It's 7 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Suresh Kumar. Our top focus will be on the Maha Chief Minister suspense. Eknath Shinde, Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, all of them will meet the NDA leadership in the national capital. We'll get you all the live action and latest developments, but first a quick check on the headlines. Top Mahayuti leaders in Delhi today. Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit to meet Union Home Minister Amit Shah as Chief Minister face race gets more intense. Waqf Parliamentary Panel unanimously decides to seek extension of JPC tenure. Group of 68 retired judges, bureaucrats and MPs urge PM Modi to intervene and bring an end to atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. Sambal police arrests accused Farhat. Number of arrests in Sambal violence mounts to 28. Supreme Court to hear Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the matter. Stand by for Supreme Court's big hearing on West Bengal teachers' recruitment scam today. First up, viewers, the CM suspense in Maharashtra continues to grow deeper and deeper, with Eknath Shinde yesterday coming out and saying that he is okay with any decision taken by the NDA's top leadership. In fact, today, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis are in the national capital. They will meet the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi, and the Chief Minister for Maharashtra will probably be announced today. Remember, the trio is in contention for the top post following the alliance's decisive victory in the recent Maharashtra elections, where it secured 235 seats out of the 288-member assembly. In a press conference in Thane, outgoing Chief Minister, or rather the caretaker Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, also Shiv Sena leader, stated that he would respect Prime Minister Narendra Modi's decision on his successor. Meanwhile, viewers, Inside Scoop reveals that Vinod Tavde has already met the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in the national capital. That's what our sources are telling us. These are highly placed sources who are very, very close to the matter. They said that there was a discussion on the anger of Marathas on making Devendra Fadnavis the Chief Minister. Shah also took feedback on Marathas from Tavde, and the meeting lasted for about 40 minutes. So this is the inside scoop that we're tracking as chorus grows louder and louder for Devendra Fadnavis to take over as the next Maharashtra Chief Minister. We have Vinod Tavde there. Sources are telling us that he was with the Union Home Minister in the national capital. He informed the Union Home Minister about the anger of Maratha community on making Devendra Fadnavis the Chief Minister. Whether this factor will be considered or not remains to be seen. The clock is ticking, and all eyes will be on what the top leadership will decide. We have Sandeep and Gopi joining me live this morning. First, I'll come across to you, Gopi. A very good morning to you. Vinod Tavde has allegedly met the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in the national capital, and he has expressed, the dissatisfaction amongst the Marathas as far as, appointing Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister is concerned. Tell us about what's tumbling out.
Well, in fact, Deepak, good morning to you and good morning to our viewers. When you speak of what is going to happen in Delhi today, see, we are standing right here at Amit Shah's residence and we are expecting all the three Mahayuti leaders to come here, and they will be meeting Amit Shah later in the day to discuss on the chief ministerial candidate. In fact, yesterday we have seen, as Vinod Tavde has raised a concern, but yesterday we have seen how Eknath Shinde had in fact done a press conference in support of BJP, that whatever would be decided by the top brass leaders of BJP and whoever is decided as the chief minister, they would be fully supporting that decision. So this is one thing which we have witnessed yesterday. While today there might also be discussions on the distribution of cabinet berths as well as portfolios. Talking in terms of the lines of Vinod Tavde, yes, there has been a discussion that the major cabinet portfolios and berths would remain with the BJP, which is around 21 out of 43. So these are the kind of plans which will be chalked out today later in the day. Once all the three Mahayuti leaders are here in Delhi, they will be meeting the Home Minister Amit Shah later in the day. Back to you.
Well, Gopi, what time is the meeting slated to happen, and will the outcome decide who the next Maharashtra Chief Minister will be? Because it's been almost close to a week since the results were announced, and now it's all about government formation.
Well, in fact, Deepak, definitely there will be discussion on the Chief Minister, who will be the next Chief Minister. I think they are going to clear air of what has been discussed since the past many days now. There's parley of meetings happening in Maharashtra, while the perfect and final decision would be taken right here at Amit Shah's residence today. While there has not been a specific time decided for this meeting, but it might happen around 11:30 to 12, when we are expecting all the three Mahayuti leaders to be here at Amit Shah's residence. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, there you heard it, viewers. The meeting will begin close to noon today, and that's what inside scoop that we are tracking at the moment. In fact, sources are telling us that around 12:30 the meeting will start. All eyes will be on that meeting. But here's a report on what Eknath Shinde said yesterday, and also how Fadnavis has said that the NDA allies will chalk out the strategy for the government formation in the run-up to the Maha CM race.
The race for the Maharashtra CM post continues. In a big development, Eknath Shinde paved way for BJP candidate as the CM. Shinde left the decision of choosing Chief Minister to the BJP High Command. He also said that decision taken by PM Modi will be accepted by all.
ऐसी चर्चाएं हैं, कोई नाराज है, कोई बैठा है घर में. हम नाराज बिराज होने वाले लोग नहीं हैं. हम लोग लड़ने वाले लोग हैं, लड़कर काम करने वाले लोग हैं, लोगों के जीवन में बदलाव लाने वाले लोग हैं. इसलिए अभी जो विक्ट्री हासिल हुई है, इससे हमारी और जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है. इसलिए महायुति और तेजी से काम करेगी और केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार मिलकर बहुत आगे बढ़ेंगे और निश्चित रूप से इस महायुति की सरकार स्थापित होगी. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता जो निर्णय लेंगे मुख्यमंत्री पद के बारे में, जो उनका कैंडिडेट होगा, उसको हमारा शिवसेना का पूरी तरह समर्थन है.
Meanwhile, Devendra Fadnavis, who has emerged as the front-runner for CM's post, reached Nagpur. Fadnavis said that Mahayuti leaders will sit together and chalk out the future strategy.
हमारी महायुति में कभी भी कोई एक दूसरे के प्रति अलग मत ये रहा नहीं है. हमने हमेशा साथ में बैठकर निर्णय किए हैं और चुनाव से पहले भी हमने कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद साथ में बैठकर निर्णय करेंगे. कुछ लोगों के मन में जो शंकाएं थी उनको दूर करने का काम सम्माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने किया है. जल्द ही हम हमारे नेताओं के साथ बैठेंगे और उचित निर्णय करेंगे.
Shinde Sena leaders, on the other hand, have also accepted that there is a likelihood of CM from BJP.
ईयर कंप्लीट होने के बाद सीएम रिजाइन करते हैं और उनको केयर टेकर नियुक्त किया जाता है, तो वो फॉर्मेलिटी होगी. प्लीज लेट.
Now it remains to be seen when the final call will be taken on the CM's face.
Now moving on, a Hindu group, viewers, has claimed that the Ajmer Dargah, the structure that you see on your screen, was once upon a time a Shiva temple. Now all eyes are on the court because the court will order, or rather the court will decide whether or not to order an archaeological survey of India's investigation to ascertain the real truth. Here's a report.
The Ajmer Civil Court has accepted a petition claiming the existence of a Sankat Mochan Mahadev temple within the premises of the Dargah of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. The bench of civil judge has issued notices to the Ministry of Minority Affairs, the Dargah Committee and the Archaeological Survey of India. The court has sought their submissions on the matter. The next hearing is scheduled for December 20th. The petition was filed by the National President of the Hindu Sena, Vishnu Gupta. The petition claims that the debris from the temple was used in the construction of the Dargah.
ऐसा अल्पसंख्यक मंत्रालय और आर्कोलॉजिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया और दरगाह कमेटी अजमेर, पूरा मामला है संकट मोचन महादेव मंदिर है अजमेर दरगाह, उसको लेके सिविल अदालत में फाइल हुआ मुकदमा. वो लंबे समय 2 महीने से मुकदमा चल रहा है इधर उधर टूटी के कारण. अब वो आज उस समय हमें सफलता हुई है, मिली है. माननीय जज साहब ने बहुत लंबे हमारी बातें सुनी हैं और हमारी बातें सुन के अपने भी सवाल जवाब करें कि क्यों याचिका दाखिल होनी चाहिए, क्या साक्ष्य है. वो सभी साक्ष्य हमने माननीय अदालत को समझाए हैं. अदालत के समझ में आई. अदालत ने न्याय सम्मत कानून के अनुसार सभी पक्षों को नोटिस जारी किया है और अगली तारीख जल्दी आप सब लोगों को पता चले.
The petitioner has also urged the Hindu worshippers be permitted to pray at the location. Now, it is up to the court to decide whether the case is admissible and if the survey will proceed.
Viewers, at the end of every election, there is one particular lobby that continues to tow the EVM tampering narrative. And yesterday, the BJP has issued a strong response dismissing all EVM tampering allegations in a blistering press conference. Here's the report.
Amid Congress pushing forward their stale rhetoric of EVM tampering, BJP held a press conference and strongly countered Congress's demand to scrap EVMs. Questioning Congress's logic, here is what BJP's Sambit Patra had to say.
हेमंत सोरेन जी के और जेएमएम के जीत को भी कुंद करने का काम किया है. ये अलायंस धर्म नहीं है. आप जो ईवीएम के ऊपर आक्षेप लगा रहे हैं, आपका कहने का तात्पर्य है कि ये जो जेएमएम भी जीती है वह भी कुछ माल प्रैक्टिसेस के माध्यम से जीती है. ईवीएम खराब था. दे डोंट डिजर्व टू विन.
Patra accused Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge of undermining marginalized communities by suggesting that SC, ST and poor voters could not use EVMs effectively.
मुझे लगता है ये अलायंस नीति नहीं है, जहां आप खुद अपने अलायंस पार्टनर के ऊपर इस प्रकार हमला करते हैं. बार बार मैं कहता हूं, मशीन में खराबी नहीं है, व्यक्ति और लीडर में खराबी है. जब तक राहुल जी रहेंगे ऐसा ही चलता रहेगा.
This comes after Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge demanded a return of ballot papers.
जितनी भी शक्ति लगा के SC, ST, OBC, गरीब तबके के लोग, छोटे कम्युनिटी के लोग, ये लोग जो अपना वोट दे रहे हैं वो वोट फजूल जा रहा है. नहीं, वो ईवीएम छोड़ दो, हमको ईवीएम पीवीएम कुछ नहीं, हमको होना बैलेट पेपर पे वोट बस.
Patra concluded by accusing Congress of indulging in sour grapes politics, blaming machines for their failures.
Well, moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in as far as the Waqf JPC is concerned. The Joint Parliamentary Committee has unanimously decided to seek an extension of the panel. They have decided to seek an extension in its tenure till the last day of the next budget session after its meeting was marked by angry protests by the opposition members over Chairperson Jagadambika Pal's stand that the draft was ready to be adopted. In fact, the meeting began on a very stormy note as the opposition members staged a walkout and slammed Jagadambika Pal. The opposition members claim that there are still a dozen states which haven't made their submissions to the Waqf bill, and that's why they needed an extension in the tenure of the JPC to consider all the parties that are involved. And now it seems like the Parliamentary Committee scrutinizing the Waqf Amendment Bill has unanimously decided to seek an extension in its tenure till the last day of the next budget session. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. The Parliamentary panel's tenure is now seeking an extension till the end of the next budget session. And this after opposition members staged a massive protest over Jagadambika Pal's stand that the draft was ready. I have Riyanka also joining me live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Riyanka. The politics over Waqf Amendment Bill continues, and the opposition is likely to succeed in stalling this particular bill because they have unanimously decided to seek an extension till the end of the next budget session.
Absolutely, Deepak. See, it is not going to be easy for the government to pass this bill this very winter session, as we have in fact seen how, discussions on the Waqf Amendment Bill were very stormy when it comes to the opposition. We know that there have been several other disruptions that were seen even yesterday during the meeting of the JPC, where the opposition leaders had in fact, left the meeting midway. And this allegedly upon, the JPC Chairman Jagadambika Pal announcing that the report will be submitted before the Parliament on the 29th. That was the earlier, updates that we had got. Now, after this particular situation had come in yesterday, only then the JPC unanimously decided that they will be going ahead and looking for an extension, which is going to be till the end of the budget session that will be taking place next year. And that is a long extension that will be sought from, the Speaker, Om Birla. We also had confirmations from one of the members of the JPC, BJP MP Aparajita Sarangi, who confirmed that yes, there will be an extension that will be sought from the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla regarding the submission of the report, because there are some other issues pertaining to several other states that still are yet to be solved and discussed, which is why this is going to be another challenge for the centre to not being able to pass this bill this very winter session. We know how the centre was really committed to come out and pass this bill this very winter session, but that is not going to happen, and not going to happen until the budget session next year. So we have to wait and see whether or not there is an extension given, as there will be the members of the JPC who will be going forward and seeking extension of the tenure of this JPC report on the Waqf Amendment Bill until the next budget session, until the end of the next budget session.
Right, Riyanka, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, that's it, viewers. The JPC committee has now decided unanimously to seek an extension, given the fact that the opposition is very unrelenting in their protests. We'll have to wait and watch how this face-off continues to intensify, because the centre had vowed to implement the Waqf Amendment Bill, or rather table it during the winter session, but that doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon till the end of the next budget session. Now let's tell you what exactly happened. A JPC meet was called to discuss the Waqf Amendment Bill, and the opposition, as usual, resorted to disrupting the session as well. They disrupted the parliament, they disrupted the committee meeting too, and they even staged a walkout, because of which the JPC has unanimously decided to seek an extension of the tenure of the panel. Here's the report.
At the sitting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee meeting on Waqf Bill, members of opposition parties staged a walkout. Opposition MPs claimed that the committee had failed to hear from several state boards and the bill needed more rounds of discussions. The opposition also accused the proceedings of being a mockery and demanding an extension of the JPC's tenure.
The mandate is that the report should be given on the 29th.
Yes, sir.
First week, last day.
Yes, sir.
Now, how can you give it? There is a procedure that has to be followed. There is a procedure laid down by the rules and by the director speaker.
मैं बार बार ये कहता हूँ कि इस देश में एक पार्टी का राज है जिसका नाम है भारतीय झगड़ा पार्टी। वो पूरे देश में झगड़ा कराना चाहती है, बवाल कराना चाहती है।
The fundamental things is this: witnesses have to be brought. Only the interested persons, maximum interested persons, who the association who are close to BJP, were brought. That is, by that way, days have been wasted.
स्पीकर साहब हमको एक चीज कहते हैं, चेयरमैन साहब दूसरा चीज कहते हैं। मतलब सरकार और चेयरमैन पार्लियामेंट के जो अध्यक्ष है उनके बीच में भी संतुलन नहीं है। चेयरमैन एक पार्लियामेंट के कमेटी के चेयरमैन है, पर नहीं वो स्पीकर की बात नहीं, वो किसी और बड़े मंत्री के बातों को तवज्जो दे रहे हैं।
However, JPC chairman Jagdambika Pal stated that the committee was unanimously in favor of extending its tenure.
एक राय बनी है कि हमें कुछ समय इसको और बढ़ाना चाहिए, तो मैं इस समय पे इस पर विचार करूंगा और कुछ समय पे विचार करके फिर हम लोकसभा में इस पे सीमा तय हुई हो। अभी तो हम रिजोल्यूशन मूव करेंगे, तो 29 तक हमारी इसका टेन्योर है, तो हम कल परसों में इसका रिजोल्यूशन मूव कर देंगे, फिर जो एक टाइम एक्सटेंशन हाउस ग्रांट करेगा।
Committee member and BJP MP Aparajita Sarangi confirmed that the panel would formally request Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to extend JPC's tenure.
Some time is definitely required, so it was unanimously resolved towards the end of the meeting that the committee would be requesting Honourable Speaker for extension in the date of the submission of the report by the committee to the Honourable Speaker Lok Sabha up to the end of...
We have put our views. We have said we need more time. The chairman will decide and let you people know.
It was BJP MP Nishikant Dubey who, during the JPC meeting, moved the resolution to extend the committee's time, with the final decision on the extension to be made by the House. The panel has requested that the deadline for the JPC report to be extended to the last day of Parliament's budget session. The motion will be moved in Parliament today, where the final call will be taken. With all these changes on the table, will the amended bill be finalized only next year?
Viewers, after attacking Hindu pandals, after quelling Hindu community protests against the atrocities that are being meted out against them, and after jailing an ISKCON seer named Chinmay Krishnadas, now Bangladesh has completely brazened it out. Hindu phobia is very clearly and boldly evident in that particular nation, because the Attorney General has said that ISKCON must be banned because it's a radical organization. In fact, now there is a chorus across the world to condemn the Hindu phobia under Yunus government.
Bangladesh has openly targeted world's most recognized Sanatan outfit, ISKCON. The same ISKCON which has presence in over 150 plus countries. The same ISKCON which has organized multiple relief campaigns in times of distress. The world's most cherished Sanatan outfit has been targeted in the same Bangladesh where a ban on the Jamaat-e-Islami was recently lifted. The Attorney General of Bangladesh called ISKCON a religious fundamentalist organization. This comes after Yunus's police jailed a top Hindu voice, Chinmay Krishna Prabhu. Religious and political leaders have heavily come down upon the Yunus regime.
If anything happens in Palestine,
An entire ecosystem will echo their pain, whatever is happening. But when it happens in Bangladesh, no one responds.
Meanwhile, the BJP took out a long march to the Bangladesh Deputy High Commission office in Kolkata, demanding the release of the arrested ISKCON priest. Could the plea to ban ISKCON unleash a fresh wave of unrest in the country? And more so, what does this mean for Sanatanis all around the world?
Viewers, the INDI bloc is in complete shambles after Congress's mega poll drubbing in Maharashtra and various other states as well. Now, there is a new claimant to the post of INDI Alliance chief because Trinamool Congress's Mamata Banerjee has said enough is enough. Congress hasn't done anything. Congress hasn't brought any success for the alliance. It's time for me to take over. But there is a fresh war of words that's now brewing on the ground, with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary also issuing a very strong retort to Mamata Banerjee. Here's what the story entails.
The Congress Party's disastrous performance in Maharashtra Assembly elections and its shrinking political ground across the country has put serious question marks over its big brother status in the INDI alliance. In the latest, the Trinamool Congress has openly challenged the Congress's claim to being the biggest party in the INDI bloc. After blanking the BJP in the by-elections to 6 Bengal Assembly seats, the TMC is now lobbying for the party chief Mamata Banerjee to lead the INDI bloc. However, the TMC's call to steer the INDI ship invited frowns from the Congress. Speaking to media, senior Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary mocked the TMC's call to lead the INDI alliance. Adhir said if Mamata is vying to be Prime Minister on the back of some by-poll victories, she is daydreaming.
तृणमूल पार्टी सबसे बड़ी बात है कि पहले वो नेशनल पार्टी की दर्जा मिले थे, लेकिन अब घटकर आ गया क्षेत्रीय दल में. ये तो पहले डिमोशन हो ही चुकी है. उसके बाद एक के बाद एक, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया हो, चाहे गोवा हो, चाहे त्रिपुरा, जहां भी हो, ये हर जगह हर चुनाव में टीएमसी पार्टी कोशिश तो की, लेकिन उनको हार के सामना करने पड़े. बंगाल की बात अलग है. बंगाल में उनका राज चलते हैं, बाई इलेक्शन है और गांव-गांव के उनका पार्टी और साथ साथ गुंडागर्दी, मवालीपन, सारे कुछ है उनके पास, पैसा, सारे कुछ है उनके पास.
With the Congress and TMC at each other's throats, the big question is, what does it portend for the future of the INDI alliance?
Viewers, on one hand, we have a tussle in the INDI bloc for the post of the INDI bloc chairmanship. On the other hand, the suspense for the Maharashtra Chief Minister continues to grow deeper and deeper. There is a meeting at 12:30 this noon with the top leadership where all the Mahayuti leaders will sit down and chalk out a strategy for government formation. We'll get you all those latest details, but that's all we could pack for you in this edition of the Bulletin. Up next, after a short break, we'll be right back with more live and breaking stories, but on the international front. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
play a sports cycle at close to 70, and I can totally imagine how physically tiring the film must have been.
I don't feel 69. It's something to do with what you actually feel. Vijay 69 is a triumph not only for me as an actor but also as a person. I don't have any fear of failure because I feel that what will maximum happen? People will say it was not great. To play ordinary characters and people identifying me is the most difficult thing.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 7:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and our top focus will remain on the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. Well, that is on one hand. On the other hand, Israel continues to bombard the city of Gaza. We'll get you all the latest from there. But first, a quick look at the headlines. Top Mayawati leaders in the national capital today. Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit to meet Union Home Minister Amit Shah as Chief Minister face race gets more intense. Waqf Parliamentary panel unanimously decides to seek extension of tenure. Group of 68 retired judges, bureaucrats and MPs urge PM Modi to intervene and bring an end to atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. Sambhal police arrests accused Farhat. Number of arrests in Sambhal violence rises to 28. Supreme Court to hear Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the matter. Stand by for the Supreme Court's big hearing on West Bengal teachers recruitment scam, all slated to be held today. First up, viewers, amid Israel and Hezbollah ceasefire deal, Israel continues to strike Gaza city. Recent Israeli airstrikes and missile strikes in Gaza have killed 11 people, including 4 children. Watch this report to know what's happening in the heart of Gaza.
Overnight, Israeli airstrikes on 2 schools turned shelters killed at least 11 people, including 4 children in Gaza city. 9 of those killed in the deadly airstrikes were displaced in Tabin school, while the other 2 were in makeshift shelter.
الاحتلال بعيد الكرة وبرتكب جرائم وضد مدنيين أبرياء كلهم أطفال ونساء. فقدت 4 من أبنائي من 8 أكتوبر ولا زالوا 2 تحت الردم لحتى الآن في بيت حنون. واليوم فقدت بنتي وحفيدتي كمان بمجزرة ارتكبها الاحتلال. للمرة المليون كل يوم برتكب بحق شعبنا المجازر، أبشع المجازر برتكب.
The Israeli Defense Forces acknowledged the airstrike in a statement, saying that its troops had struck Mumin al-Jabari, a senior fighter with Hamas' sniper unit. The IDF claimed that al-Jabari had been operating in a room inside the school, although the Israeli military could not provide any evidence on this. Earlier, an Israeli airstrike struck the Tabin school in August, which killed at least 80 people and wounded nearly 50 others. Meanwhile, health sector in Gaza is grappling with critical shortages. Amidst the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hezbollah, these deals do not address the devastating war in Gaza Strip, where the Hamas is still holding dozens of hostages and the conflict shows no signs of ending.
Moving on, Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Kazakhstan meeting with the President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. Now, these two leaders are discussing everything from trade to energy and even nuclear power. But with tensions rising over the Ukraine conflict, there's a lot more to this visit than what meets the eye. Here's a report on what is expected.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has met Kazakhstan's President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev in Astana. Putin has called Kazakhstan Russia's loyal and closest ally.
Благодарить за то внимание, которое вы постоянно уделяете развитию российско-казахстанских связей. Мы это чувствуем. Чувствуем внимание президента Казахстана к этой важнейшей для нас работе. Рассматриваем Казахстан как нашего верного друга, надежного друга и ближайшего союзника.
Although Kazakhstan is part of the CSTO, President Tokayev has made it clear that his country does not support the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Before Putin's visit, Tokayev stressed Kazakhstan's commitment to peaceful dialogue without mentioning Ukraine directly. Putin has praised the close cultural and moral ties between Russia and Kazakhstan, reaffirming his intention to strengthen their relations. Putin's plane has arrived in the Kazakh capital, starting his visit aimed at deepening the relationship between the two nations. Despite some recent tension, including Russia's ban on certain Kazakh agricultural exports, the trade relationship remains strong. Putin has pushed for Kazakhstan's membership in BRICS, but Kazakhstan has decided not to join the group. The visit comes amid increasing tensions between Russia and the West, with military activity escalating on both sides. Tokayev has called for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, warning of severe global consequences of further escalation. Last year, trade between Russia and Kazakhstan hit a record $28 billion, and both leaders are focused on further expanding these economic ties. One of the key topics of discussion is Kazakhstan's first nuclear power station, with Russia's Rosatom vying to build it. Putin has underscored the importance of the partnership between Russia and Kazakhstan in the Eurasian Economic Union, aimed at boosting regional cooperation and taking the relation to new heights.
Now let's tell you what's happening in Pakistan, because we've seen over the last couple of days hundreds and thousands of protesters and supporters of Imran Khan hit the streets demanding the release of their leader. In fact, Pakistan had also imposed a curfew blocking all roads leading to Pakistan's capital. But now, after dispersing the protesters, Pakistan has finally reopened these roads connecting Islamabad. Here's a ground report.
After political turmoil in Pakistan subsided, authorities on Wednesday ended a 4-day lockdown and reopened the roads connecting Pakistan's capital to rest of the country.
इस टाइम हमने इस्लामाबाद तमाम रास्ते उसके खोल दिए हैं। इस्लामाबाद हर लिहाज से क्लियर है। और दूसरी बात ये कि इस्लामाबाद में तमाम उसकी मार्केट्स और तमाम कारोबार, जो आपको पता है कि प्रोटेस्टर्स ने धावा बोला था इस्लामाबाद पे, तो हमने फॉर द सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी इस्लामाबाद को हमने बंद किया था। इस्लामाबाद अब जो है वो क्लियर है।
The lockdown had been imposed after authorities used tear gas shells to disperse supporters of imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan. The protesters had marched to Islamabad demanding Khan's release. The protest led by Khan's wife resulted in clashes that left 7 people dead. Hundreds of demonstrators have been arrested since the unrest started.
पुलिस ने और रेंजर्स ने, इसमें पंजाब पुलिस ने मुश्तरका कार्रवाई करते हुए 954 प्रोटेस्टर्स को पिछले 3 दिन में गिरफ्तार किया, और उनमें से 610 प्रोटेस्टर सिर्फ कल के दिन में गिरफ्तार हुए, और 200 से ज्यादा गाड़ियां, 200 प्लस व्हीकल्स वो इंपाउंड की गई, वो पकड़ी गई। वेपन्स, एक बड़ी तादाद में वेपन्स पकड़े गए, जिनकी तादाद 39 है।
The clash has been condemned by the authorities, calling it an extreme act of terrorism.
पुलिस पे हमला हो, जब रेंजर्स पे हमला हो, जब तमाम सरकारी और पब्लिक इमलाक को नुकसान पहुंचाया जाए, जब ना देखा जाए कि कहां से कोई चले और यहां पे 2.5 मिलियन के जो शहरी हैं वो महसूर होके अपने घरों में बैठ जाएं, then it is not protest, then it is not protest. फिर ये terrorism है.
Amid all this, Imran Khan remains in prison for over a year with more than 150 criminal cases.
Viewers, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has requested judges to issue an arrest warrant for Myanmar's military leader Min Aung Hlaing over his role in crimes committed against the Rohingya Muslim minority. And these crimes are linked to a violent campaign that forced nearly 1 million Rohingyas to flee Bangladesh and have also been described as ethnic cleansing involving mass killings, rapes and the burning of several homes.
The chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court requested judges to issue an arrest warrant for Myanmar's military leader Min Aung Hlaing. The move marks the first time an arrest warrant being sought for a senior Myanmar government official. Hlaing is accused of being involved in crimes against Rohingya Muslims in the country.
Today, I am announcing that my office is filing an application for a warrant of arrest before the pre-trial chamber of the International Criminal Court in the situation in Bangladesh, Myanmar, in a team led by senior lawyer and head of the unified team, Mr. Esafal, who stands beside me. Since the 14th of November 2019, my office has been investigating alleged crimes committed during the 2016 and 2017 waves of violence in Rakhine State.
The crimes are linked to a violent campaign that forced nearly 1 million Rohingya Muslims to flee to Bangladesh. The allegations stem from a counter-insurgency operation by Myanmar's military, which began in August 2017 in response to an insurgent attack. After years of suffering, the International Criminal Court's decision has brought a glimmer of hope to the Rohingyas.
Burma military government মানে উত্তর 5 বছর পর্যন্ত তখন আর আমতাজ বুঝি আর 50 বছর লিয়ে গেল আর বাম্মাই হইতে তো শুনি আর এবছর মধ্যে আর তো নিজে আর কারণ বতন আর কারণে ফেলাই তিনবার হইতে বাংলাদেশের মধ্যে হইছে.
The Rohingyas praised the ICC's decision, seeing it a long-awaited step towards justice.
তো বিচার দিয়ে রাখি ওরে আর বিচার নগরের কি আর আর বর্মার মানুষ বেশা বেশি জুলুম খাইয়া মানুষ দিয়া তো লাড়াই আন দিলর ভিতরে বুঝানি না পারি তইলে আসিছে কুড়ে মামলা আনরে এড়ি দিয়ে বলছে আসনি আর.
Upon Hlaing's arrest, Rohingyas hope to return back to their country.
In a landmark judgment, Hong Kong's top court ruled to affirm housing and inheritance rights for same-sex couples, siding against the government, and these judges deemed existing rules on inheritance and housing benefits very discriminatory and unconstitutional in nature for the same-sex partners, saying it is unacceptable.
In a victory for LGBTQ community, Hong Kong's top court has made a landmark ruling. The court upheld the rights of the same-sex married couples to subsidized housing benefits as well as equal inheritance. This marks a significant step for LGBTQ rights in the territory despite Hong Kong not recognizing same-sex marriages. The unanimous rulings anticipated to influence the lives of homosexual couples who have historically been granted fewer rights than the heterosexual counterparts. The judges deemed existing rules excluding same-sex couples from benefits applicable to a husband and wife when it comes to distributing a deceased person's estate discriminatory and unconstitutional. The ruling also brings an end to 2 long-standing legal battles involving couples who married overseas.
The court sent a very clear message that, differential treatment on the grounds of sexual orientation, it's wrong, it violates human dignity, it violates equality, which obviously delivers a very strong message to the general public that, we should, treat these people, equally. I think one significant point that I could get from the judgment is the court made it very clear that same-sex marriage It's just the same as heterosexual marriage. So I think the next question is then if they are the same, why we should treat them differently?
Notably, Hong Kong does not recognize same-sex marriage, prompting some couples to marry elsewhere. Despite this, a study published last year showed that more and more people in Hong Kong supported LGBTQ marriages.
I think the most important this is not only fighting for me and for my partner, but this is fighting for all the people, all the same-sex couples in Hong Kong. I do know many of them, they do have the needs to live together. They just want a little place to make their livings.
Currently, the city only recognizes same-sex marriages for certain purposes such as taxation, civil service benefits, and dependent visas. In September last year, the top court ruled that the government should provide a framework for recognizing same-sex partnerships. This ruling, along with other successful legal challenges brought by the members of the LGBTQ community, made Hong Kong the only place in China to grant such recognition for same-sex couples.
Now viewers, let's take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the world live this morning. The Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has requested judges to issue an arrest warrant against Myanmar's military leader over crimes committed against the Rohingya Muslim minority, and these crimes are linked to a violent campaign that forced nearly 1 million Rohingyas to flee to Bangladesh and have been described as ethnic cleansing. This move marks the first time an arrest warrant is being sought for a senior Myanmar government official.
Today, I am announcing that my office is filing an application for a warrant of arrest before the pre-trial chamber of the International Criminal Court in the situation in Bangladesh, Myanmar, in a team led by senior lawyer and head of the unified team, Mr. Esafal, who stands beside me. Since the 14th of November 2019, my office has been investigating alleged crimes committed during the 2016 and 2017 waves of violence in Rakhine State.
On Tuesday, Hong Kong's top court upheld previous rulings supporting subsidized housing benefits and equal inheritance rights for same-sex married couples, marking a historic win for the city's LGBTQ+ community. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Kazakh President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev signed a joint statement to strengthen the strategic partnership between the two nations. The Kremlin stated that the leaders were set to discuss ways to further develop their bilateral alliance. Seoul was hit by the most intense November snowstorm in over 50 years, disrupting travel and daily life. South Korea's weather agency reported that it was the heaviest snowfall in the capital in 52 years. More than 220 flights were cancelled or delayed across the nation, and around 90 ferries were also grounded. Authorities also closed hundreds of hiking trails. The icy roads caused significant delays during the morning commute in Seoul, while emergency responders worked to address fallen trees, signs, and other hazards. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed support for the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. The truce between Israel and Hezbollah militants began early Wednesday morning following the most intense day of Israeli airstrikes on Beirut since the conflict began. Israel has warned it will retaliate if Hezbollah violates the ceasefire. This development comes after Israel launched an attack on Hezbollah just hours after the ceasefire was agreed upon. If the truce holds, it would bring an end to the nearly 14 months of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, which escalated into a full-scale war in mid-September, risking a broader conflict involving Iran and United Nations. The United States. The ceasefire offers relief to 1.2 million Lebanese displaced by the violence and the tens of thousands of Israelis who fled homes near the border. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that the pressure on Russia must be escalated so that the country fully feels the impact of the war. He acknowledged that the recent authorization for long-range strikes on Russian military targets was helpful but emphasized the need to sustain and intensify pressure on Russia at various levels. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. We'll be right back with more international stories and some news from the business world in Live This Morning. Stay tuned.
Mahayuti leaders from Maharashtra will be flying to Delhi today later in the day, which includes Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. They are going to chalk out plan for who will be the next chief ministerial candidate. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Many senior citizens rely heavily on family members for support and sometimes face challenges in even the smallest daily purchases and errands. If you're living in Delhi and have senior citizens in your homes, there's good news for them. Delhi has introduced a new pension scheme to provide financial independence and security to elderly citizens. The Delhi Pension Scheme outlines specific eligibility requirements for potential beneficiaries. Applicants must be 60 years or older with a minimum 5-year residency in Delhi. The annual family income threshold is set at Rs 1 lakh and applicants must maintain a single operated bank account. The benefit structure provides a monthly pension of 2,000 rupees for citizens aged 60 to 69, while those aged 70 and above receive Rs 2,500. The scheme includes additional benefits specifically designated for individuals from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and minority communities. The application process is conducted through the e-district portal, requiring submission of age proof, residence proof, and bank account details. Aadhaar card verification serves as a mandatory component of the application process. The scheme offers financial security through steady income support for senior citizens, featuring Delhi's highest pension rates through a streamlined application process. Implementation follows a systematic approach. Applicants must visit the e-district portal, complete the registration and application form.
But with that, it's time for a quick break. But on the other side, we'll tell you more about Hindus who are under attack in Bangladesh and the Attorney General now calling for a ban on ISKCON. All the latest after a quick break on Live This Morning. Stay tuned.
Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. afternoon. Today I have some good news to report from the Middle East. I just spoke with the Prime Minister of Israel and Lebanon. I'm pleased to announce that their governments have accepted the United States proposal to end the devastating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. I want to thank President Macron of France for his partnership in reaching this moment. For nearly 14 months, a deadly conflict raged across the border that separates Israel and Lebanon. A conflict that began.
Well, viewers, that's all we could pack for you in this edition of Live This Morning. Up next, my colleague Samiksha will get you all the latest and breaking news updates from Bangladesh. Stay tuned.
"68 retired judges and bureaucrats have written to the Prime Minister calling for his intervention on the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. We'll get you more on that at 8 a.m. on Live This Morning.
raised as a Hindu. I speak about India freely, and it makes a difference to a lot of people. Today, India is the most emerging, amazing power. The way Mr. Narendra Modi has represented the country worldwide is unbelievable. India was born in 1947, I was born in 1955. We've both grown up together. We have both seen ups and downs of the country. I am protective towards my country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
good morning. Thank you for tuning in to Thursday's edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The focus this hour is on the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. 68 retired judges and bureaucrats have penned a letter to the Prime Minister calling for intervention on the persecution of Hindus under Yunus administration. We'll get you details of that letter that's been written to the Prime Minister, starting first up with the headlines. Top Mahayuti leaders in the national capital, Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit Pawar, to meet the Union Home Minister as Chief Minister race gets intense. Waqf Parliamentary Panel unanimously decides to seek extension of tenure. Group of 68 retired judges, bureaucrats and MPs urge Prime Minister Modi to intervene and bring an end to atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. Sambal police arrests accused Farhat. Number of arrests in Sambal violence now mounts to 28. Supreme Court to hear Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the case. Stand by for Top Court's big hearing on West Bengal teacher recruitment scam that will take place today. Now, there is massive anger over the arrest of Hindu monk Krishna Prabhu Das by the Bangladesh government, by the Yunus administration. And while there is clearly no end to atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh, 68 retired judges and bureaucrats have written to the Prime Minister calling for urgent intervention on the atrocities against minorities in Bangladesh. They've said that there is a need for diplomatic measures that should be taken against Yunus administration. So they've submitted an urgent appeal to Prime Minister Modi seeking immediate intervention regarding the growing atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. The group, which includes former High Court judges, IS, IPS, IRS and IFS officers, have highlighted the unjust arrest of ISKCON leader Chinmay Krishna Das on fabricated sedition charges. So while the Hindu monk has been sent to 10-day judicial custody as he's been charged with sedition, this is an open letter that's been written by 68 retired judges and bureaucrats to the Prime Minister calling for his intervention. They have said that the government must take diplomatic measures and that there is a need to act in wake of ethnic cleansing of Hindus that is taking place in Bangladesh. We also spoke with J&K former DGP SP Ved on the rising persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. Listen in to what SP Ved had to say.
Yes, we have appealed to the Honorable Prime Minister to intervene and see that what is happening in Bangladesh is put to a stop. I think now too much has been happening over the last few months, and it is basically appears to be the radical elements in Bangladesh forcing the Hindu minority by various means, destroying their places of worship, destroying their homes, their properties, outraging the modesty of their ladies, and the way they are not being allowed even to peacefully protest. You saw only therefore yesterday how Chinmay Krishna Das, who's ISKCON priest, has been arrested on unjust charges of sedition, because he was protesting peacefully with the Hindu minority, demanding some of the protections from the radical elements.
Sir, apart from releasing the Hindu prisoners who have been forcefully abducted, we can say, by the Bangladeshi authorities, you have also said that there needs to be stringent international sanctions on the Bangladesh and also the UN sanctions be imposed on the Bangladesh by the Indian side.
Yes, this is an illegal government forced on Bangladesh. In fact, the actually elected government has been forcibly removed, and there is a total lawlessness in Bangladesh. Government of India needs to take up this matter and go for whatever diplomatic and international measures are required to be taken to force Bangladesh to take care of its citizens. Otherwise, some kind of intervention needs to be made.
All right, so there you heard SP Ved, the former JNK DGP, calling for intervention by the government of India. But let's go across to Yudhishthir Govindas. He's ISKCON India official. Mr. Das, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast this morning. First up, if you can talk to us about, is ISKCON India in touch with the priests in ISKCON Bangladesh, and also if you can talk to us about how the safety of the ISKCON priests in Bangladesh is being taken care of at this point in time when, of course, minorities in Bangladesh are in grave danger.
Over the past few days, we have been seeing the situation through media, through contacts on the ground, and through other sources that we have available, and all of them basically point out to a very worrisome situation where yesterday you must have seen in many parts of Dhaka and in other parts of Bangladesh, there have been some radical elements who have been coming onto the streets and asking for a ban on the movement and so on and so forth. This is very worrisome because these threats have been escalating over a period of time, and even before that we had some more people threatening to behead our members. So we have been in touch with the government and asking for the safety of all those concerning, and also the spokesperson of the Sanatan Jagran Manch, Chinmay Krishna Das ji's safety, who has been peacefully protesting and asking for the Hindu rights, Hindu safety to be one of the important elements of the government's aspect. So that's the same thing that all the Sanatani Hindu organizations in Bangladesh have been asking for in a very peaceful manner.
Yes. Mr. Das, I'd like to come back to the same point. Is ISKCON India in touch with the priests in ISKCON priests in Bangladesh at this stage?
Yes, ISKCON is a global entity, so naturally it happens through the local chapters. So yes, we are working through our contacts there on the ground to communicate and to coordinate.
Also, a quick follow-up question. Government of Bangladesh, Yunus administration is now mulling a ban on ISKCON Bangladesh. They've called, the AG in Bangladesh has termed ISKCON a fundamentalist organization. If you can talk to our viewers about how ISKCON across the country has been working only to serve the people with no hidden motive whatsoever.
Yeah. So, ISKCON traces its spiritual lineage to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who started the Bhakti movement 500 years ago in Bengal. And many of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's followers, his own father and others, came from modern-day Bangladesh, Sylhet, Chittagong, Dhaka. So the tradition and the history of Gaudiya Vaishnavism spans centuries, and we have millions of members on both sides of the border. So ISKCON, in its form and shape, has been present in Bangladesh for more than 50 years. And it's not just the spiritual and the cultural aspects that we serve, but we also serve the social and philanthropic aspects. We run orphanages, we run schools, we run medical camps, free food distribution. And whenever there is a disaster, like the recent one in Sylhet, we were perhaps the first responders on the ground, our devotees, our monks risking their lives going into the water to ensure that people, irrespective of their caste, gender, race, religion, get food, are safe. So that is the mood with which the devotees in Bangladesh, who are all Bangladeshis who love their country, but They have been just asking for some safety. That's all they have been doing in a very peaceful manner. To call such people anything else is not at all something that a common sense man would do.
Mr. Yudhishthir Govindas, we appreciate you having joined us on the broadcast. Really hoping that necessary steps are taken by the government of India as well, diplomatic measures, so as to say, to ensure safety of the priests in Bangladesh. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast this morning.
Thank you.
And let's now shift focus to the state of Maharashtra, where the stage is set for Mahayuti Government 2.0. Sources tell Republic that Mahayuti leaders Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will be holding a meet with Union Home Minister Amit Shah around noon, and also widely being expected that it will be Devendra Fadnavis who will be taking over the mantle as the next Chief Minister.
The race for the Maharashtra CM post continues. In a big development, Eknath Shinde paved way for BJP candidate as the CM. Shinde left the decision of choosing Chief Minister to the BJP High Command. He also said that decision taken by PM Modi will be accepted by all.
ऐसी चर्चाएं हैं, कोई नाराज है, कोई बैठा है घर में. हम नाराज बिराज होने वाले लोग नहीं हैं. हम लोग लड़ने वाले लोग हैं, लड़कर काम करने वाले लोग हैं, लोगों के जीवन में बदलाव लाने वाले लोग हैं. इसलिए अभी जो विक्ट्री हासिल हुई है, इससे हमारी और जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है. इसलिए महायुति और तेजी से काम करेगी और केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार मिलकर बहुत आगे बढ़ेंगे और निश्चित रूप से इस महायुति की सरकार स्थापित होगी. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता जो निर्णय लेंगे मुख्यमंत्री पद के बारे में, जो उनका कैंडिडेट होगा, उसको हमारा शिवसेना का पूरी तरह समर्थन है.
Meanwhile, Devendra Fadnavis, who has emerged as the frontrunner for CM's post, reached Nagpur. Fadnavis said that Mahayuti leaders will sit together and chalk out the future strategy.
हमारी महायुति में कभी भी कोई एक दूसरे के प्रति अलग मत ये रहा नहीं है. हमने हमेशा साथ में बैठकर निर्णय किए हैं और चुनाव से पहले भी हमने कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद साथ में बैठकर निर्णय करेंगे. कुछ लोगों के मन में जो शंकाएं थी उनको दूर करने का काम सम्माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने किया है. जल्द ही हम हमारे नेताओं के साथ बैठेंगे और उचित निर्णय करेंगे.
Shinde Sena leaders, on the other hand, have also accepted that there is a likelihood of CM from BJP.
ईयर कंप्लीट होने के बाद सीएम रिजाइन करते हैं और उनको केयर टेकर नियुक्त किया जाता है तो वो फॉर्मेलिटी होगी. प्लीज लेट.
Now it remains to be seen when the final call will be taken on the CM's face.
Now let's get you the latest on the probe into Sambhal clashes, the riots that broke out on 24th of November when videography of mosque in Sambhal was taking place on the directions of the court. Let's take you through those 7 angles being probed by the UP police. So the first angle is on whose orders did the mob gather at the mosque in the first place. There was monitoring and survey. There was heavy surveillance at the mosque site on the day the survey was being carried out, that is on 24th of November. Despite that, there were certain people who incited the crowd that particular day and mobilized the crowd to indulge in riots and violence. The second angle is mobile data in and around the mosque is also being collected. So crucial pieces of evidence that is being collected by the UP police at this stage. Dump data that is also being collected, which is crucial to the probe. So while at least 70 of the rioters have already been arrested by the UP police, the police is also trying to collect the dump data to gather more evidence against those mass rioters who were heavily armed, who incited the crowd to resort to stone pelting. We've seen visuals that have surfaced how stones were pelted at the police personnel around 12:30 p.m. when the survey, the videography of the mosque was taking place. The angle 2 here is also how many phone numbers were active during violence. Not to forget here that there were several insightful posts, insightful messages and calls that were made to mobilize the crowd, which is one of the key angles being looked into by the UP police. The third angle is footage of CCTVs broken by rioters is also being gathered. fired. There have been several visuals where we've seen how these rioters tampered with evidence. They were heavily armed. They even destroyed the CCTV footage, CCTVs in that particular location where the arson and vandalism was seen. So the police is also trying to gather all the evidence and also the key CCTV footage. DVR seized to identify the Sambhal rioters as well. So not just DVRs, there are posters also that have been released of those mass rioters by the UP police to identify those rioters. 27 mobile phones that have also been sent to forensic lab. So mobile phones that will be crucial in getting to the bottom of this case as to who are the people who were contacted for the crowd to mobilize at that particular location on 24th of November. Angle 4 also being electronic evidence erased, also being recovered. So these rioters, the vandals who had destroyed the evidence, who had destroyed electric evidence, that is also being collected by the UP police to gather more details about who incited and who fanned the violence that particular day. The cops are trying to ascertain if the riots were planned beforehand. Not to forget here the role of Samajwadi Party MP Zia-ur-Rahman as well as SP MLA's son Suhail Iqbal is being probed by the UP police. They've been named as accused number 1, accused number 2 in the FI that's been registered. The angle 5 here is police has videos that were posted on these social media handles is also being examined. To add here, there were social media handles that had put out insightful posts. So the police is trying to get more details about those people who had posted such tweets from their handles. Videos posted on these handles being examined by the UP police at this stage. Special probe team has also been formed to examine the CCTV footage. So yes, the FI that's been registered in the FIR, so as to say, 7 in total that have been registered by the UP police, which have details of how these rioters were heavily armed. They even snatched the weapons of the pistols from the policemen. Sambhal police to even record statements of locals in Sambhal district. It said that the Samajwadi Party MP Zia-ur-Rahman visited the mosque on 22nd of November, which is just 2 days before the survey took place, and that is when he incited the mob. So while the Samajwadi Party claims that their MP was not present on the day of the violence, the Samajwadi Party MP did visit the mosque, and that has been mentioned in the FI registered that he incited the mob on 22nd of November. But let's now also tell you about the Ajmer temple where the claim that is being made regarding the Ajmer Dargah. The Hindu side claims that the Ajmer Dargah has been built over a mosque. There is a demand for survey of the Ajmer Dargah. We get you the details in this next report.
The Ajmer Civil Court has accepted a petition claiming the existence of a Sankat Mochan Mahadev temple within the premises of the Dargah of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. The bench of civil judge has issued notices to the Ministry of Minority Affairs, the Dargah Committee and the Archaeological Survey of India. The court has sought their submissions on the matter. The next hearing is scheduled for December 20th. The petition was filed by the National President of the Hindu Sena, Vishnu Gupta. The petition claims that the debris from the temple was used in the construction of the Dargah.
ऐसा अल्पसंख्यक मंत्रालय और आर्कोलॉजिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया और दरगाह कमेटी अजमेर, पूरा मामला है संकट मोचन महादेव मंदिर है अजमेर दरगाह, उसको लेके सिविल अदालत में फाइल हुआ मुकदमा। वो लंबे समय 2 महीने से मुकदमा चल रहा है इधर उधर टूटी के कारण। अब वो आज उस समय हमें सफलता हुई है, मिली है। माननीय जज साहब ने बहुत लंबे हमारी बातें सुनी हैं और हमारी बातें सुन के अपने भी सवाल जवाब करें कि क्यों याचिका दाखिल होनी चाहिए, क्या साक्ष्य है। वो सभी साक्ष्य हमने माननीय अदालत को समझाए हैं, अदालत के समझ में आई। अदालत ने न्याय सम्मत कानून के अनुसार सभी पक्षों को नोटिस जारी किया है और अगली तारीख जल्दी आप सब लोगों को पता चले।
The petitioner has also urged the Hindu worshippers be permitted to pray at the location. Now, it is up to the court to decide whether the case is admissible and if the survey will proceed.
Now, the shares of Adani Group companies, including Adani Green Energy Limited as well as Adani Power Limited and Adani Energy Solutions and Adani Enterprises saw gains on Wednesday. In the trading session, this after the Adani Group has denied all the allegations by the United States. India's top lawyers have also come out to defend Adani Group during the conversation with Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. Take a look at that excerpt of that exclusive conversation.
We know Mahesh Jethmalani's position, and Mahesh Jethmalani feels, Mr. Sundaram, that it's all clear. This is just politics. Congress wants to use this to divert attention. The indictment is rushed, lacks substance, and also says that specifically there is nothing against Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and Vineet Jain, which was the sum and substance of the response that the statements they put out today, Mukul Rohatgi and Mahesh Jethmalani. What is your view on this case and the aggressive counter response of the Adani Group earlier this morning?
Well, in the first instance, I find it very amusing for it to be said that it's a political vendetta or otherwise. I'm very surprised because I'm sure that they're not alleging that the United States government is involved in a political vendetta against the Indian government. I'm sure that's not the suggestion. The fact of the matter is this. It is no doubt true, and this should be clarified, that the FCPA, which deals with conspiracy to commit offenses against the United States, does not indict Adani. That does not indict Adani. However, what Adani has been indicted in is conspiracy to commit security fraud, A, B, security fraud, and C, wire fraud. In all these three, they have been charged. Now that is for me more worrying. I'll explain why. The FCPA is concerned with corruption of American officials. It's concerned with corruption on the United States soil. Adani has not been indicted for corruption of any American official. Frankly, if he was, it may not have concerned me as much as what does concern me, is that what he has been indicted for is corruption, is a securities fraud based on corruption of Indian government officials. That, according to me, is very serious. To say that there is no indictment against him is wishing away something which is totally untrue. There is a very serious indictment. The indictment is securities fraud, wire transfer fraud, conspiracy to securities fraud. And the basis of this is there was corruption of Indian government officials. Now, unlike India, where there's merely an FIR, and the FIR can just be the first report and action is thereafter taken, indictment in the United States requires a solid element of evidence, which of course is then to go forward and be proved or disproved, but definitely a strong prima facie reason for indictment. What has been produced according to the indictment are actual electronic exchanges, which in words seem to indicate corruption of Indian officials for the purpose of creating a happy scenario for entering the American securities market, which is why America is involved. Otherwise, the United States would not be involved if it's mere corruption of Indian officials with no repercussion on the United States. The whole case against them is there has been corruption of Indian officials, and based on this, the securities market has been tapped and approached in the United States and large monies raised. Now, that is a very serious indictment, and I would only like to summarize it with this one statement. If true, it is something which the present government, which has always stood so strongly against corruption, would definitely frown on, and I'm sure would take very strong action on, because this government has always stood against corruption and would definitely want an inquiry, would want an investigation if there was any corruption. On the other hand, since the whole world is full of this corruption of Indian officials, I feel an inquiry, an investigation is necessary, that if it is not true, that the name be cleared and India's reputation is restored. And I'm sure and I believe that this government would definitely take this very seriously, the indictment, have an inquiry, have an investigation, if nothing else, to show that, to tell the whole world that this is not so. But the indictment against them is there was corruption of Indian officials. The reason there's an indictment in the United States is the offshoot of that corruption was to falsely raise monies in the American market, which is why America is involved. As far as I'm concerned, as an Indian, I am concerned with that part of the indictment based on a lot of electronic exchanges of emails that Indian officials have been corrupted, Indian officials have been bought. And one way or the other, I believe this is something which warrants a very serious investigation in India.
Mr. Hemant Soren, you won't believe there are any motives behind it. You take it at face value. You don't believe there are any larger motives at play here. Are those not important?
I have great faith in a judicial system of any democracy. I respect a judicial system, and I would wish and hope that our respect for a foreign judicial system would be as strong as we would want the foreign country to respect our judicial system. And therefore, at this juncture, I cannot say, let's just wish it away as though it did not happen. It has happened, and I believe it warrants a further investigation, definitely a further inquiry, maybe a commission of inquiry by a very respected retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. I think something like that, or a retired judge of the Supreme Court, or a straightforward investigation to see whether there is a case for registration of a case under the Prevention of Corruption Act.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, opening the other side will be Mahesh Jetpalani. To summarize, though I don't need to, just to summarize some of the points for the viewers, not Mr. Jetpalani, Mr. Hemant Soren is not looking at the aspect of motive. He's saying, I'm going purely by what is there before me. Mr. Hemant Soren has repeated 4 times in his opening remarks that he is depending heavily on the fact that there is an electronic exchange of emails, which serves to establish the evidence of corruption of Indian officials. And he's mentioned that several times, and he has also spoken about the fact that this is a case of fraud in which the securities market in America has been misled by the Adani Group company. Ladies and gentlemen, please tighten your seat belts, because when there are long pauses between two lawyers, then you can expect fireworks in turn when the other gets their chance. Mahesh Jetpalani, please respond to the points made by Mr. Hemant Soren and the position you took earlier today.
Well, in sum and substance, Mr. Sundaram, my good friend, has vented outrage on something which doesn't exist. He says, as an Indian, he is concerned because Indian officials have been bribed. Now, if he were to read the indictment a little more carefully, he would realize that is not even the charge. The charge is conspiracy to bribe Indian officials. There's not a statement which alleges that any bribes have actually been paid. So this is a conspiracy which never came to fruition, if there was a conspiracy at all. There are 5 charges, none of them mention actual payment. That's a figment and a figment of Mr. Sundaram's indictment, or a misreading of the indictment. A figment of his imagination, or a misreading of the indictment. Now, the case is one of conspiracy to commit securities fraud in America. In short, the case is that the issuers of the bonds in America, US bonds, which is Adani Greens. And by the way, Adani Greens, who are the issuers of the bonds, have not even been mentioned as an accused in this case, right? But apart from that, the case is that they conspired to But, and what do they conspire to do? They conspire to give bribes, and these bribes, which they don't say were given, induce the bondholders, the subscribers to the issued bonds, induce them to purchase them. Had they known that there was going to be bribery, or there was bribery, right, they would never have subscribed to these bonds. That in sum and substance is the case, right? Now, as a matter of fact, even for the conspiracy of charge, even for the conspiracy charge, there is not a shred of evidence. Mr. Sundaram may wax eloquent about, how outraged he is, but please tell him, he's read the indictment. Does the indictment contain a single documentary or oral piece of evidence regarding even the conspiracy? As far as the consummated offense of paying bribes, which he is so outraged about, there's not an iota of evidence. It's not even a charge in the case.
And that very fiery debate that will continue to put out excerpts of through this morning. As I again welcome all our viewers, I'm Suesha Samant. First up, we'll take a quick check of the headlines as we also tell you about the latest in Pakistan, where the 4-day lockdown has finally come to an end. The latest on the ground situation and much more in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines. Top Mahayuti leaders in Delhi today. Fadnavis, Shinde, Ajit Pawar to meet Home Minister Amit Shah as Chief Minister. Face race gets more intense. Waqf Parliamentary Panel unanimously decides to seek extension of tenure. Group of 68 retired judges, bureaucrats and MPs urge Prime Minister Modi to intervene and bring an end to atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. Sambal police arrests accused Farhat. Number of arrests in Sambal violence amounts to 28. Supreme Court is all set to hear the Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the case. Stand by for Supreme Court's big hearing on West Bengal teacher recruitment scam set to happen today. In this segment, as we continue to get you the latest from across the globe, well, amid Israel and Hezbollah ceasefire deal, Israel continues to strike Gaza City. Recent Israeli strikes on Gaza killed 11 people, including 4 children in Gaza. We're getting you all the details in this report.
Overnight, Israeli airstrikes on 2 schools turned shelters killed at least 11 people, including 4 children in Gaza City. 9 of those killed in the deadly airstrikes were displaced in Tabin school, while the other 2 were in makeshift shelter.
الاحتلال بعيد الكرة وبرتكب جرائم وضد مدنيين أبرياء كلهم أطفال ونساء. فقدت 4 من أبنائي من 8 أكتوبر ولا زالوا 2 تحت الردم لحتى الآن في بيت حنون. واليوم فقدت بنتي وحفيدتي كمان في مجزرة ارتكبها الاحتلال. للمرة المليون كل يوم برتكب حق شعبنا المجازر، أبشع المجازر برتكب.
The Israeli Defense Forces acknowledged the airstrike in a statement, saying that its troops had struck Mumin al-Jabari, a senior fighter with Hamas' sniper unit. The IDF claimed that al-Jabari had been operating in a room inside the school, although the Israeli military could not provide any evidence on this. Earlier, an Israeli airstrike struck the Tabin school in August, which killed at least 80 people and wounded nearly 50 others. Meanwhile, health sector in Gaza is grappling with critical shortages. Amidst the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hezbollah, these deals do not address the devastating war in Gaza Strip, where the Hamas is still holding dozens of hostages and the conflict shows no signs of ending.
Moving on, as Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Kazakhstan meeting with President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. The two leaders are discussing everything from trade to energy to even nuclear power. But with tensions rising over the Ukraine conflict, there's a lot more to this visit than meets the eye. Listen in to what happened.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has met Kazakhstan's President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev in Astana. Putin has called Kazakhstan Russia's loyal and closest ally.
Благодарить за то внимание, которое вы постоянно уделяете развитию российско-казахстанских связей. Мы это чувствуем. Чувствуем внимание президента Казахстана к этой важнейшей для нас работе. Рассматриваем Казахстан как нашего верного друга, надежного друга и ближайшего союзника.
Although Kazakhstan is part of the CSTO, President Tokayev has made it clear that his country does not support the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Before Putin's visit, Tokayev stressed Kazakhstan's commitment to peaceful dialogue without mentioning Ukraine directly. Putin has praised the close cultural and moral ties between Russia and Kazakhstan, reaffirming his intention to strengthen their relations. Putin's plane has arrived in the Kazakh capital, starting his visit aimed at deepening the relationship between the two nations. Despite some recent tension, including Russia's ban on certain Kazakh agricultural exports, the trade relationship remains strong. Putin has pushed for Kazakhstan's membership in BRICS, but Kazakhstan has decided not to join the group. The visit comes amid increasing tensions between Russia and the West, with military activity escalating on both sides. Tokayev has called for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, warning of severe global consequences of further escalation. Last year, trade between Russia and Kazakhstan hit a record $28 billion, and both leaders are focused on further expanding these economic ties. One of the key topics of discussion is Kazakhstan's first nuclear power station, with Russia's Rosatom vying to build it. Putin has underscored the importance of the partnership between Russia and Kazakhstan in the Eurasian Economic Union, aimed at boosting regional cooperation and taking the relation to new heights.
Meanwhile, authorities reopened roads connecting Pakistan's capital to the rest of the country on Wednesday, ending a 4-day lockdown. The lockdown has been imposed after authorities used tear gas and fired into the air to disperse supporters of imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who had marched to Islamabad demanding his release. Here's that report.
After political turmoil in Pakistan subsided, authorities on Wednesday ended a 4-day lockdown and reopened the roads connecting Pakistan's capital to the rest of the country.
इस टाइम हमने इस्लामाबाद तमाम रास्ते उसके खोल दिए हैं। इस्लामाबाद हर लिहाज से क्लियर है, और दूसरी बात ये कि इस्लामाबाद में तमाम उसकी मार्केट्स और तमाम कारोबार, जो आपको पता है कि प्रोटेस्टर्स ने धावा बोला था इस्लामाबाद पे, तो हमने फॉर द सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी इस्लामाबाद को हमने बंद किया था। इस्लामाबाद अब जो है वो क्लियर है।
The lockdown had been imposed after authorities used tear gas shells to disperse supporters of imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan. The protesters had marched to Islamabad demanding Khan's release. The protest led by Khan's wife resulted in clashes that left 7 people dead. Hundreds of demonstrators have been arrested since the unrest started.
पुलिस ने और रेंजर्स ने, इसमें पंजाब पुलिस ने मुश्तरका कार्रवाई करते हुए 954 प्रोटेस्टर्स को पिछले 3 दिन में गिरफ्तार किया, और उनमें से 610 प्रोटेस्टर सिर्फ कल के दिन में गिरफ्तार हुए, और 200 से ज्यादा गाड़ियां, 200 प्लस व्हीकल्स वो इंपाउंड की गई, वो पकड़ी गई। वेपन्स, एक बड़ी तादाद में वेपन्स पकड़े गए, जिनकी तादाद 39 है।
The clash has been condemned by the authorities, calling it an extreme act of terrorism.
पुलिस पे हमला हो, जब रेंजर्स पे हमला हो, जब तमाम सरकारी और पब्लिक इमलाक को नुकसान पहुंचाया जाए, जब ना देखा जाए कि कहां से कोई चले और यहां पे 2.5 मिलियन के जो शहरी हैं वो महसूर होके अपने घरों में बैठ जाएं, then it is not protest, then it is not protest, फिर ये टेररिज्म है.
Amid all this, Imran Khan remains in prison for over a year with more than 150 criminal cases.
And well, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has requested judges to issue an arrest warrant for Myanmar's military leader Min Aung Hlaing over his role in crimes committed against the Rohingya Muslim minorities. These crimes that are linked to a violent campaign that forced nearly 1 million Rohingyas to flee to Bangladesh and have been described as ethnic cleansing, involving mass killings, rapes and the burning of homes. Here's that report.
The chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court requested judges to issue an arrest warrant for Myanmar's military leader Min Aung Hlaing. The move marks the first time an arrest warrant being sought for a senior Myanmar government official. Hlaing is accused of being involved in crimes against Rohingya Muslims in the country.
Today, I am announcing that my office is filing an application for a warrant of arrest before the pre-trial chamber of the International Criminal Court in the situation in Bangladesh, Myanmar, in a team led by senior lawyer and head of the unified team, Mr. Esafal, who stands beside me. Since the 14th of November 2019, my office has been investigating alleged crimes committed during the 2016 and 2017 waves of violence in Rakhine State.
The crimes are linked to a violent campaign that forced nearly 1 million Rohingya Muslims to flee to Bangladesh. The allegations stem from a counter-insurgency operation by Myanmar's military, which began in August 2017 in response to an insurgent attack. After years of suffering, the International Criminal Court's decision has brought a glimmer of hope to the Rohingyas.
Burma military government মানে উত্তর 5 বছর পর্যন্ত করে না আরাম তাজ বুঝি আর 50 বছর নিয়ে গেল আর বাম্মাই হইতে তো হুনি আর এই বছর মধ্যে আর তো নিজে আর কারণ বতন আর কারণে ফেল হয় তিনবার হইতে বাংলাদেশের মধ্যে হইছে.
The Rohingyas praised the ICC's decision, seeing it a long-awaited step towards justice.
তো বিচার দিয়ে রাখি ওরা আর বিচার নগরের কি আর দাও কি আর বর্মার মানুষ বেশা বেশি জুলুম খাইয়া মানুষ দিয়া তো লাড়াই আমি দিলর ভিতরে বুঝানি না পারি তৈলে আসিছে কুড়ে মামলা আনরে এড়ি দিয়ে বলছে আসি আর.
Upon Hlaing's arrest, Rohingyas hope to return back to their country.
And well, in a landmark judgment, Hong Kong's top court ruled to affirm housing and inheritance rights for same-sex couples, siding against the government. Now, judges deemed existing rules on inheritance and housing benefits discriminatory and unconstitutional for same-sex partners, saying it is unacceptable. Here's that report.
In a victory for LGBTQ community, Hong Kong's top court has made a landmark ruling. The court upheld the rights of the same-sex married couples to subsidized housing benefits as well as equal inheritance. This marks a significant step for LGBTQ rights in the territory despite Hong Kong not recognizing same-sex marriages. The unanimous rulings anticipated to influence the lives of homosexual couples who have historically been granted fewer rights than the heterosexual counterparts. The judges deemed existing rules excluding same-sex couples from benefits applicable to a husband and wife when it comes to distributing a deceased person's estate discriminatory and unconstitutional. The ruling also brings an end to 2 long-standing legal battles involving couples who married overseas.
The court sent a very clear message that, differential treatment on the grounds of sexual orientation, it's wrong, it violates human dignity, it violates equality, which obviously delivers a very strong message to the general public that, we should, treat these people, equally. I think one significant point that I could get from the judgment is the court made it very clear that same-sex marriage is just the same as heterosexual marriage. So I think the next question is then if they are the same, why we should treat them differently.
Notably, Hong Kong does not recognize same-sex marriage, prompting some couples to marry elsewhere. Despite this, a study published last year showed that more and more people in Hong Kong supported LGBTQ marriages.
I think the most important this is not only fighting for me and for my partner, but this is fighting for all the people, all the same-sex couples in Hong Kong. I do know many of them, they do have the needs to live together. They just want a little place to make their livings.
Currently, the city only recognizes same-sex marriages for certain purposes such as taxation, civil service benefits, and dependent visas. In September last year, the top court ruled that the government should provide a framework for recognizing same-sex partnerships. This ruling, along with other successful legal challenges brought by the members of the LGBTQ community, made Hong Kong the only place in China to grant such recognition for same-sex couples.
And now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of NTPC Green shares making it to Dalal Street debut. Further details on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
חיזבאללה יפר את הפסקת האש לא רק אם הוא יירה עלינו, הוא יפר את ההסכם גם כשהוא ינסה להתחמש כדי לירות עלינו בעתיד. על כל הפרה שלו נגיב בעוצמה. חיזבאללה יפר את הפסקת האש לא רק אם הוא יירה עלינו, הוא יפר את ההסכם גם כשהוא ינסה להתחמש כדי לירות עלינו בעתיד. על כל הפרה שלו נגיב בעוצמה. אז למה לעשות הפסקת אש עכשיו? יש 3 סיבות עיקריות. סיבה ראשונה, התמקדות באיום האיראני, ולא ארחיב על כך. סיבה שנייה, רענון כוחות וחידוש מלאים. ואני אומר לכם בגלוי, כי זה לא סוד. היו עיכובים גדולים בהספקת נשק וחימושים. והעיכוב הזה עומד להשתחרר בקרוב. נצטייד באמצעי לחימה מתקדמים שישמרו על חיי חיילינו ויתנו לנו כוח מחץ נוסף להשלים את משימותינו. וסיבה שלישית להפסקת אש, ניתוק הזירה ובידוד החמאס. ידידיי תושבי הצפון,
Thank you for staying with Republican. Well, NTPC Green shares made its Dalal Street debut. The state-run renewable energy company was listed at 111.6 at BSE with a premium of 3.33% over its issue price of 108 rupees. Getting you all the details in this report.
NTPC Green shares made a modest debut on Dalal Street after experts had projected a muted debut for the wholly owned subsidiary of NTPC Limited. The shares opened up at 111.20 rupees on the National Stock Exchange, marking a 3.24% increase from the issue price of rupees 108. Meanwhile, the stock opened at 111.60 per share, reflecting a 3.33% rise above the issue price. The listing of NTPC Green Energy was on the better than expected lines. The initial public offering of the NTPC Green Energy Limited got subscribed 2.40 times on the closing day of its share sale. NTPC Green Energy is a Maharatna central public sector enterprise with a renewable energy portfolio including solar and wind power assets.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you exclusive details. Republic having accessed that CCTV footage from Sambal showing how the violence was pre-planned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Defending champions, India started their Men's Junior Asia Cup campaign on a rousing note, thrashing lowly Thailand 11-0 in a lopsided Pool A match. Besides India and Thailand, Chinese Taipei, Japan and South Korea are the other teams in Pool A, who will be consists of arch rivals Pakistan, Malaysia, Bangladesh, hosts Oman and China. Top seeds PV Sindhu and Lakshya Sen advanced to the second round of women's and men's singles respectively at the Syed Modi International Super 300 Badminton Tournament after registering straight game victories. Two-time Olympic medalist Sindhu defeated rising shuttler Anmol Kharge 21-17, 21-15, while Lakshya 2021 World Championships bronze medalist powered past Malaysian qualifier Sholeh Edil 21-12, 21-12 in another match. It may have been an inconsequential series of either side, with both being out of contention for a spot in World Test Championship final. However, West Indies will be glad to lift from the bottom of the table with a splendid performance across 5 days in the first test of the two-match series against Bangladesh and Antigua. West Indies has been struggling in Test series of late, as the Gaba win seems like an outlier now, and the hosts will cherish this rare victory, a first at home in more than 2 years against the very same opposition.
majority leaders from Maharashtra will be flying to Delhi today later in the day, which includes Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. They are going to chalk out plan for who will be the next chief ministerial candidate. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
The Champions Trophy 2025 hangs in the balance as India's refusal to travel to Pakistan continues to cast a shadow over the tournament. The International Cricket Council is set to break the stalemate with a decisive meeting on November 29. India and Pakistan have not played a bilateral series since 2007, and political tensions have escalated since the 2008 Mumbai attacks. India has remained firm on not sending its team to Pakistan for the Champions Trophy, a stance that has delayed the tournament's schedule. While the BCCI proposed a hybrid model allowing India to play its matches in a neutral venue, the Pakistan Cricket Board has flatly refused it. Pakistan cited their cooperation during the 2023 ODI World Cup in India and has stayed adamant that India does the same. PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has stayed adamant on his stance, saying, and I quote, "The tournament will not happen under hybrid conditions." Pakistan government also tried to put pressure on India by touring the Champions Trophy in Pak-occupied Kashmir regions. However, after complaint from BCCI, the ICC blocked the trophy tour in POK. While India refusing to travel and Pakistan refusing to cooperate for a hybrid model, countries like South Africa emerged as an alternate to host the tournament altogether. The ICC has called for a crucial virtual meeting on November 29 to finalize the much-delayed tournament schedule. This meeting comes just days before BCCI Secretary Jai Shah is set to assume the ICC chairmanship on December 1, 2024. An ICC spokesperson confirmed to PTI that the ICC board will meet on November 29 to discuss the Champions Trophy schedule. With the clock ticking, the ICC seeks a resolution to ensure the tournament proceeds without further roadblocks.
At 9 a.m. on Live and Breaking, our focus will be on the Sambhal clashes probe. We'll get you the clincher CCTV footage that we've accessed. Stay tuned for all the latest on the probe into Sambhal riots at 9 a.m.
Mr. Sundaram, my good friend, has vented outrage on something which doesn't exist. Now, if he were to read the indictment a little more carefully, he would realize that is not even the charge. The charge is conspiracy to bribe Indian officials. There's not a statement which alleges that any bribes have actually been paid.
What Mr. Jethmalani says, I say, the actual bribe was not paid. They only offered bribes. They went to the government officials and they said, please take some money, 3,000 crores we're offering you. And I find it amusing, absolutely amusing that Mr. Jethmalani should say, oh no, there's nothing wrong in offering bribes to government officials. I find it ridiculous.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 9 a.m. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. One of the top focus stories that we've been tracking is the Sambal violence probe. In this edition of our broadcast, we'll get you key CCTV footage that we've accessed. We'll also get you the details of the latest in the probe by the UP police into the riots that took place on 24th of November. That and much more in this edition. First, the headlines. Clincher CCTVs in Sambal riots point to pre-planned conspiracy. 28 rioters arrested so far. Amid Ajmer Dargah survey demand, OAC wades in, terms survey demand agenda of Hindutva organizations. Stage set for Mahayuti 2.0, Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit Pawar set to meet Union Home Minister today. "68 retired judges and bureaucrats write to Prime Minister Modi on Hindu persecution in Bangladesh, demand Prime Minister's intervention." Supreme Court to hear Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the case. Congress MP Randeep Surjewala gives a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 to discuss the Adani issue. And like we told you, let's begin first up with the latest in the Sambal riots probe. 74 rioters have been identified by the UP police so far, while 20 have been arrested. And this while there are 4 deaths that have that has been the repercussion of the violent clashes that broke out on 24th of November. But let's get you the details of the Clincher CCTV that we've accessed, which show how the rioters were masking up and preparing to pelt stones on the police personnel on the day the survey of the videography of the mosque was taking place on the directions of the court. The visuals, the CCTV footage on your screens, which shows how the rioters are gearing up for stone pelting. You see one of the rioters who's even seen masking up. So all of this points to a pre-planned conspiracy. At least a dozen of these rioters who are seen pelting stones, and at least 2 of them are seen masking up as well. So it's a 1.26 second video that we've accessed in which the rioters at around 12:40 p.m. are seen resorting to stone pelting. They are armed, they are seen masking up and attacking the police personnel in Sambhal district. Some of the rioters are even seen hiding. They are at different vantage points, armed, masking up. The person in blue lowers who's seen masking up, and this while the CCTV footage that we've accessed so far in the riots planned show that this was nothing but a pre-planned conspiracy. Let's also now get you the CCTV that we've accessed, the second CCTV that we've accessed, which shows how some of the rioters were even seen applying gel under their eyes. This, from what it appears, they were sure that there is going to be some resistance. There will be tear gas shells that would be fired as a result of the arson and vandalism they resorted to. Note that even torched police vehicles on the 24th of November. This is the second CCTV footage that we've accessed. On 24th of November, when arson and vandalism was seen, the day the videography of the mosque was taking place, the CCTV that is of 46 seconds in which the rioters are seen going towards the Shahi Jama Masjid. This, even as there was tight security in place, there was drone monitoring that was taking place by the UP police. The CCTV that shows the rioters picking up stones while they move towards the Shahi Jama Masjid. The time of this CCTV is 9:22 in the morning. So this is around 9:22. Beg your pardon, the first CCTV is of 9:30 a.m., 2 hours prior to the survey, the videography of the mosque. In this second CCTV, which is just right behind the Shahi Jama Masjid, in which you see the rioters moving towards the mosque. Both the CCTV footage on your screens. The first CCTV that is also from the 24th of November, 9:30 a.m., when the rioters are seen preparing for stone pelting. They are seen tying cloth on their faces to avoid tear gas shells. They are even seen applying some blue chemical under their eyes. Rioters are seen fully preparing themselves and pelting stones at the personnel. The second CCTV that is of 46 seconds, in which a crowd is seen mobilizing. People are seen mobilizing at this location. A pile of bricks that is also seen kept in the street. Rioters are seen picking up stones from the pile of bricks and going towards the Shahi Jama Masjid. So this, while security measures were already in place, there was drone monitoring that was happening. And as you see in the CCTV footage, how the rioters are seen moving towards the mosque. This CCTV is just right behind the mosque. They are seen pelting stones and are seen moving towards the mosque. So the CCTV footage that points to a pre-planned conspiracy in the riots, the deadly riots that broke out on 24th of November, which claimed lives of 4 in the FIRs that have been registered so far, or 7 so far by the police, and the kin of the deceased. Role of those vandals and rioters has been mentioned in detail, how they torched police vehicles. They even snatched weapons from the police personnel. In fact, the FIR also mentions how Samajwadi Party leaders Suhail Iqbal and Zia-ur-Rahman incited the crowd that mobilized on the 24th, the day when riots broke out. So Samajwadi Party MP Zia-ur-Rahman as well as Samajwadi Party MLA's son Suhail Iqbal, who've been named as accused number 1 and accused number 2 in the FIR that's been registered. The FIR has details of the rioting, the stone pelting that took place, how the vandals even snatched pistols from the police personnel. Let's now go across to Jatin. He's been getting us these CCTV footage. Jatin, if you can hear us, if you can once again give us details of these key CCTV footage that we've accessed, which show how the rioters had planned way in advance to not just indulge in stone pelting, but even attack the police personnel.
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सबसे पहले इन सीसीटीवी फुटेज पर जब आप देखेंगे तो कैसे सबसे 9:20 पर लोग इकट्ठा होना शुरू होते हैं। शाही जामा मस्जिद के पीछे का ये पूरा इलाका है, गली है जहां से सबसे पहले पत्थरबाजी जो है वो शुरू हुई थी। यहीं पर ही लोग इकट्ठा होना शुरू होते हैं और सीसीटीवी फुटेज में आप साफ तौर पर देखेंगे कि प्लान तरीके से लोग इकट्ठे हुए। उन्होंने अपने फेस को कपड़ों से, गमछे से, टॉवल से कवर किया और उसके बाद पत्थरबाजी करना शुरू कर दिया। इसमें काले रंग के कपड़े पहना एक शख्स आपको नजर आ जाएगा, उसके हाथ में कुछ लोशन है, वो लोशन उसने अपनी आंखों के नीचे लगाया ताकि जब पुलिस आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़ रही थी खुद को उससे रिकवर करने के लिए। तो ये दो सीसीटीवी फुटेज साफ तौर पर दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पुलिस पर्सनल पर पत्थरबाजी जो है वो की गई है और शाही जामा मस्जिद के ठीक पीछे की गली के ये सीसीटीवी बताए जा रहे हैं। इन्हीं सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर पुलिस जो कार्रवाई कर रही है, गिरफ्तारियों का जो दौर है वो शुरू हो चुका है। 28 लोग अभी तक इस पूरे मामले में गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं, लेकिन ये सीसीटीवी पूरी साजिश को कहीं ना कहीं बेनकाब कर रहा है। प्रूफ के तौर पर इसको कोर्ट में पुलिस पेश भी करेगी और सीसीटीवी में साफ तौर पर देखेंगे कि घर में इस्तेमाल होने वाली जो ईंटें हैं, लाल रंग की ईंटें हैं, उनका इस्तेमाल पुलिस पर्सनल पर पथराव के दौरान किया गया। बैक टू स्टूडियो। जी जतिन, हमारे साथ बने रहिए और ब्रेकिंग न्यूज अपडेट्स आ रहे हैं। हमें पता लग रहा है कि फरहाद नाम का इंसान है जिसको अरेस्ट किया है यूपी पुलिस ने। अगर उसके बारे में आप हमें बता सकते हैं फरहाद का क्या रोल था और कितने अरेस्ट हो चुके हैं। बट बिफोर वी गो अक्रॉस टू Jatin, let's put out those details on our screens. One more accused who's been arrested. It's said that he's one of the main conspirators in the riots that broke out on 24th of November in Sambhal district. A person who's been identified as Farhad has been apprehended by the UP police. It's said that Farhad is the person who had made a video and even posted it on social media to incite people. He had even said he'd made provocative remarks against Hindus on social media platform. So, writer identified as Farhad has been arrested by the UP police. जतिन, हमें थोड़ा और बताइए फरहाद के बारे में। कहा जा रहा है कि फरहाद ने कुछ वीडियोस बनाए थे और प्रोवोकेटिव स्टेटमेंट्स भी जिसमें थे हिंदूज के रिगार्डिंग सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर। आज बिल्कुल, देखिए फरहाद को पुलिस ने कल शाम को अरेस्ट किया है। फरहाद 28वीं गिरफ्तारी है इस पूरे संभल हिंसा मामले में और कुछ वीडियोस फरहाद ने सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट किए थे। उन वीडियोस में हिंदुओं को मारने की धमकी देने जैसे एक तरीके से वीडियोस थे और वो वीडियो सोशल मीडिया पर डाले गए थे। पुलिस ने उन वीडियो के आधार पर फरहाद को गिरफ्तार किया है और फरहाद ने ये वीडियो जो संभल में जिस समय हिंसा हो रही थी उस हिंसा के दौरान पोस्ट किए थे तकरीबन 11:30 से 12 बजे के बीच में। तो पुलिस को इस बात का अंदेशा है कि इस वीडियो के जरिए लोगों को और इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश और एक समुदाय जो कि उसमें हिंदू का जिक्र किया जा रहा है उनके खिलाफ लोगों को भड़काने की कोशिश फरहाद द्वारा की गई थी। फरहाद को अब पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। उसके फोन को फॉरेंसिक जांच के लिए भेज दिया गया है। जो वीडियोस उसने अपलोड किए थे सोशल मीडिया साइट से उन वीडियोस को हटाया गया है, लेकिन सबूत के तौर पर वो वीडियो अब पुलिस के पास है और उन्हीं वीडियो के आधार पर कोर्ट में जब पेशी होगी फरहाद की आज तो वीडियो साक्ष्य के तौर पर रखे जाएंगे। पुलिस को इस बात की भी आशंका है कि लोगों को मोबिलाइज करने में फरहाद का एक बड़ा रोल हो सकता है। फरहाद किन लोगों के संपर्क में था, किनसे बात कर रहा था, 24 तारीख को सुबह से वो कितने लोगों से फोन पर उसने बात की, इंटरनेट का इस्तेमाल किया, कि तमाम ऐसी चीजें जो कि जांच का विषय बनी हुई है। FSL के लिए जब भेजा गया है फरहाद का फोन उसमें तमाम चीजें निकलकर सामने आएंगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि एक समुदाय के खिलाफ उसने वीडियो पोस्ट किए, हिंसा के दौरान वीडियो पोस्ट किए, मोबिलाइज करने का आरोप है और 28वीं गिरफ्तारी जो फरहाद की पुलिस द्वारा की गई है।
जतिन, हमारे साथ बने रहिए, थोड़ा हमें विस्तार में बताइए कितने राइटर्स को अभी तक आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है। पोस्टर्स भी लगे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में, संभल में स्पेशली उन राइटर्स के। ऐसे कितने और राइटर्स हैं जिनको अभी आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किया गया है और कितने ऐसे हैं जिनको आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है?
आज बिल्कुल देखिए अभी तक 74 जो राइटर्स हैं उनको आइडेंटिफाई किया जा चुका है और आज संभवतः सुबह से जो उनकी फोटोज है, हालांकि सोशल मीडिया पर पुलिस द्वारा पोस्ट किए गए और लोगों से अपील की जा रही है कि वो इनको पहचाने और पुलिस को इस मामले में जानकारी दे। कितने लोगों की अभी तक पहचान नहीं की गई है, इनकी संख्या सैकड़ों में है, जो कि 250, 300, 400 के आसपास है। अलग अलग पुलिस स्टेशन से उस डाटा को खंगाला जा रहा है, सीसीटीवी ग्रैब्स को सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट किया जा रहा है और ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि जो अभी तक 28 लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं, गिरफ्तार दंगाइयों की फोटो भी संभल में चस्पा करने की बात एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। हालांकि आज से वो प्रोसेस जो है वो पूरे तरीके से शुरू होगा, लेकिन पहचान करना अभी बहुत लोगों की बाकी है। 74 आइडेंटिफाई है और उनकी गिरफ्तारी के लिए पुलिस टीम काम कर रही है। जी
जतिन हमारे साथ बने रहिए और ब्रेकिंग अपडेट्स आ रहे हैं। हमें पता लग रहा है कि 48 आवर्स के लिए इंटरनेट और सस्पेंड हो चुका है। Yet to get more details, people joining, viewers joining the broadcast, whether it is just broadband services or all internet services that have been suspended. But this in view of the volatile situation in Sambhal district. Jatin of course continues to be with us. Jatin, internet 48 दो और दिन के लिए suspend कर दिया गया है। क्या ये सिर्फ ब्रॉडबैंड सर्विसेज हैं या सारी इंटरनेट सर्विसेज को सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है?
आज बिल्कुल देखिए संभल में सभी तरीके के इंटरनेट, चाहे वो ब्रॉडबैंड हो, सेल्यूलर हो, उसको बैन किया गया है, बंद किया गया है। आज और कल के लिए बंद किया गया है, आज थर्सडे और कल फ्राइडे। इसके पीछे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का कारण ये है कि कल जुमे की नमाज अदा होनी है, फ्राइडे है, और कल 29 तारीख भी है जो सर्वे कंडक्ट कराया गया था शाही जामा मस्जिद का, उसको लेकर चंदोसी कोर्ट पे कल अपनी सर्वे रिपोर्ट भी जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उसको पेश करना है। तो ये दो बड़े रीजन है, इसलिए शुक्रवार यानी कि कल तक 48 आवर्स इंटरनेट सस्पेंड रहेगा संभल में। लगातार फोर्सेस डिप्लॉयमेंट की जा रही है। कल जुमे की नमाज को लेकर भी अभी पिछले 4 दिनों में जितनी पुलिस पर्सनल की स्ट्रेंथ है उसको और भी इंक्रीज किया जा रहा है। कल हमारी एसपी संभल से बात हुई थी, वो एक्स्ट्रा फोर्स की डिमांड कर रहे हैं क्योंकि 2 लोकेशंस पर पुलिस को अपना डिप्लॉयमेंट करना है। एक जुमे की नमाज के दौरान कल जो होने वाली है शाही जामा मस्जिद में उसके लिए, और दूसरा अरेंजमेंट चंदोसी कोर्ट में करना है जो कि शाही जामा मस्जिद से तकरीबन 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। उस कोर्ट की सिक्योरिटी को लेकर वहां पर किसी तरीके से भीड़ इकट्ठी ना हो, सर्वे रिपोर्ट जब पेश की जाएगी तो वहां पे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को मेंटेन करना, इन दोनों सिचुएशंस को देखते हुए डिप्लॉयमेंट और बढ़ाया जाएगा। हालांकि शाम तक क्लियर हो जाएगा कितनी स्ट्रेंथ एक्स्ट्रा जो है वो बुलवाई जा रही है, कितनी पहुंची है और कौन कहां पे किस तरीके से चार्ज लेगा। तो कल तक के लिए इंटरनेट संभल में पूरे तरीके से बंद है, ब्रॉडबैंड भी बंद है और सेल्यूलर भी बंद है, और लोगों से एडवाइस किया जा रहा है कि पुलिस पर्सनल को सहयोग करें और शांति बनाए रखें।
जी जतिन धन्यवाद अभी हमको ये सारे अपडेट्स देने का। We will keep going back to Jatin for more updates, but important details coming in. Internet that has been extended for the next 48 hours in Sambhal district. So 28 arrests that have been made by the UP police so far in connection with the Sambhal violence. 4 people who lost their lives and 74 of the writers who've been identified so far. Let's quickly run you through the main angles being looked into by the UP police at this stage. The first being on whose orders did the mob gather at the mosque. Important to note here that the FIRs that have been registered which mention the role of Samajwadi Party MP Zia-ur-Rahman who'd visited the mosque on 22nd of November. It said in the FIR that he had incited the crowd just 2 days prior to the videography of the mosque. Mobile data in and around the mosque is also being collected by the UP police at this stage. Dump data that is being collected, which is crucial to the probe. So dump data that is also being collected by the UP police at this stage. Let's also tell you about the probe so far into the riots. The other question that the UP police is seeking answers to is who incited the crowd to resort to stone pelting. We've seen those clincher CCTV footage, how it seemed that the rioters were preparing well in advance. Rather, it is very much clear that they had prepared for the violence hours before it actually happened around 12:45 p.m. This angle too here that is being looked into by the UP police is how many phone numbers were active during the violence, which is around noon when the arson and vandalism took place. The footage of CCTVs was broken by rioters is also being gathered. The visuals that have surfaced so far, we've seen how the writers tampered with evidence. They were armed. They destroyed crucial evidence. DVRs that have been seized to identify the Sambhal writers. So yes, CCTV DVRs that are being looked into by the UP police. 27 mobile phones that have been sent to the forensic lab as well. It's said that these are the mobile phones of the writers who've been arrested so far. Efforts are still underway to recover deleted data. So yes, that's the focus of the UP police at the stage, to catch hold of the writers and get more details as to who posted and sent those insightful messages. Electric evidence that has been erased is also being recovered. Dumb data, electric evidence that have been erased is also being recovered. UP police is trying to ascertain if the riots were planned beforehand. From the details that are coming in, that have come in so far, it seems that it was pretty much orchestrated, but the police is trying to gather some important facts to corroborate that point and prove that yes, it was very much well planned. The police has identified some social media handles as well. Just to add here, that several of social media platforms, handles on the day of the videography of the survey had put out those insightful posts which fanned the violence in this area. So the police is trying to catch hold of those social media, the people who had posted by those social media handles. Videos posted are being looked into. Special probe team that has been formed to examine the CCTV footage. So not just the CCTV footage that's been recovered so far, but even that those that have been destroyed are also being recovered. Lastly, second last angle, mobile video clips, drone footage is also being scanned. The UP police has even released the drone footage of that particular day on 24th of November when drone monitoring was being done by the UP police, which again proves, that surveillance was very much in place on the day of the videography. Statements crucial to ongoing probe is also being looked into. Statement of the local residents in Sambhal district is also being recorded to get the eyewitnesses' account as to who allowed these writers to reach their rooftops and pelt stones at the police personnel. Lastly, the angle statements will be crucial to ongoing probe into the violence. So like we mentioned, statements of the eyewitnesses is also being recorded by the UP police. We'll keep a track of more developments from Sambhal. For now, here's a look at other stories that we're tracking. Bharat in 5 minutes. Mahayuti key leaders Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar are set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in the national capital. The main objective of this meeting is to finalize the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The trio is in contention for the top post following the alliance's decisive victory in the recent assembly elections.
कि हमारे महायुति में कभी भी कोई एक दूसरे के प्रति अलग मत ये रहा नहीं है। हमने हमेशा साथ में बैठकर निर्णय किए हैं और चुनाव से पहले भी हमने कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद साथ में बैठकर निर्णय करेंगे। कुछ लोगों के मन में जो शंकाएं थी उनको दूर करने का काम सम्माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने किया है। जल्द ही हम हमारे नेताओं के साथ बैठेंगे और उचित निर्णय करेंगे। कब तक सर?
JMM's Hemant Soren is set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand today in a grand ceremony. Several politicians and dignitaries will be present in the oath-taking ceremony that will take place in Ranchi today. Top INDI leaders including Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Sharad Pawar, Mamata Banerjee will be in attendance.
अपनी महागठबंधन की सरकार में हम सभी उनका हाथ बटाएंगे अपने अपने तरीके से और कल ये वो ऐतिहासिक दिन है जब पूरे देश के बड़े नेता झारखंड आ रहे हैं शपथ ग्रहण समारोह।
A 25-year-old Air India pilot was found dead at her rented apartment in Mumbai's Andheri area. She allegedly died by suicide, and her boyfriend, identified as 27-year-old Aditya Pandit, was arrested in the national capital for abetment to suicide. The deceased family has alleged foul play, accusing Pandit of abuse and harassment. In news from Manipur's Jiribam, autopsy reports of 3 more victims of Jiribam killings show multiple bullet wounds brutal injuries and severe trauma. The post-mortem reports of 2 women and a child was released earlier. The three women and 3 children were abducted from Jiribam district of Manipur by suspected Kuki militants after a gunfight with security forces on 17th of November. Senior West Bengal BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari said that Indian authorities should stop issuing visas to Bangladeshi citizens unless the caretaker government releases Hindu priest Chinmay Das. Adhikari also demanded that import and export between the two countries must also be temporarily suspended until Bangladeshi interim government takes steps to stop torture on minority community.
It's a humanitarian duty. We are not commenting anything. But today, one caretaker, they used very filthy words and sentences against India. This is not good, not acceptable.
For now, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. After we come back, our focus remains on Sambal riots and more breaking news updates. Gesu, my colleague, will join you on the other side of this break.
Kashmir police have arrested at least 8 overground workers of terrorists involved in facilitating infiltration in the state. At least 50 local residents are being investigated pertaining to the case. This and much more at 9:30 a.m. only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Many senior citizens rely heavily on family members for support and sometimes face challenges in even the smallest daily purchases and errands. If you're living in Delhi and have senior citizens in your homes, there's good news for them. Delhi has introduced a new pension scheme to provide financial independence and security to elderly citizens. The Delhi Pension Scheme outlines specific eligibility requirements for potential beneficiaries. Applicants must be 60 years or older with a minimum 5-year residency in Delhi. The annual family income threshold is set at ₹1 lakh and applicants must maintain a single operated bank account. The benefit structure provides a monthly pension of ₹2,000 for citizens aged 60 to 69, while those aged 70 and above receive ₹2,500. The scheme includes additional benefits specifically designated for individuals from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and minority communities. The application process is conducted through the e-district portal, requiring submission of age proof, residence proof, and bank account details. Aadhaar card verification serves as a mandatory component of the application process. The scheme offers financial security through steady income support for senior citizens, featuring Delhi's highest pension rates through a streamlined application process. Implementation follows a systematic approach. Applicants must visit the e-district portal, complete the registration and application form, upload the required documentation, and subsequently track their application status. The application window remains open until either 80,000 slots are filled or the 3-week deadline expires, whichever occurs first. For application support and queries, the District Social Welfare Office serves as a primary point of contact, providing assistance throughout the application process. So enroll your senior family members today to ensure they receive the financial support provided by the scheme. It's designed to make their lives more secure. So don't wait, start the process now and help them access.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I am Gesu Bharadwaj, and the top story for today, our focus remains on Sambal violence, where at least 28 people have been arrested by the police. We'll get you this and much more, but first the headlines. Sambal riots point to pre-planned conspiracy. 28 rioters arrested so far. Amid Ajmer Dargah survey demand, Owaisi wades interim survey demand, Hindustan agenda. Stage set for Mahayuti 2.0. Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit Pawar to meet Home Minister Shah today. "68 retired judges and bureaucrats write to Prime Minister on Hindu persecution in Bangladesh. Demand Prime Minister Modi's intervention." Supreme Court to hear Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the case. Congress MP Randeep Surjewala gives suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 to discuss the Adani issue. And the top news for today, the breaking news. B.S. Yediyurappa, the Karnataka Chief Minister, has asked the High Court to hear his plea today in connection to the POCSO case. Hearing of a petition seeking the quashing of the case. They demand justice hearing to be held. The High Court has already granted interim protection to B.S. Yediyurappa. The state government has requested that the case should be scrapped. A single judge bench of the High Court will hear both the petitions. My colleague Deepak is joining us live from the newsroom to get you more on the case.
Well, Gesu, today is an important hearing for the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, because he has been embroiled in this POCSO case after what happened in February this year. So according to the complainant, a 7-year-old victim along with her mother had approached B.S. Yediyurappa at his residence in Bengaluru to ask him to help speed up the rape case that was filed by them. The process of that rape case must be sped up. That's what their demand was. But what the family claims was that Yediyurappa, took this 7-year-old girl inside a closed room, and there she was sexually exploited, is what the complainants had alleged in their complaint against the former Chief Minister. And after that, a POCSO case was registered. Women's panel also demanded an inquiry. The CID has also filed a charge sheet on this. And in the interim, the Karnataka High Court had granted protection from arrest, and now the state government, is urging the Karnataka High Court to scrap the interim protection given to the former Chief Minister. But the former Chief Minister, on the other hand, has filed a petition in the Karnataka High Court demanding the quashing of the entire case, saying that it is nothing but a political conspiracy to tarnish his image. So it remains to be seen what the Karnataka High Court today, the single judge bench, will decide, whether B.S. Yediyurappa will get relief or whether the case will proceed with the prosecution of the former Chief Minister remains to be seen.
Right. Thank you so much, Deepak, for giving us all those updates. Moving on, we will keep tracking the story. But for now, a group of 68 retired judges, former civil servants and sitting member of Parliament have submitted an urgent appeal to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Why? Seeking immediate intervention regarding the growing atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. The group, which includes former High Court judges, IAS, IPS, IRS and IFS officers, has highlighted the unjust arrest of ISKCON leader Chinmoy Krishnadas on fabricated sedition charges.
Yes, we have appealed to the Honorable Prime Minister to intervene and see that what is happening in Bangladesh is put to a stop. I think now too much has been happening over the last few months, and it is basically appears to be the radical elements in Bangladesh forcing the Hindu minority by various means, destroying their places of worship, destroying their homes, their properties, outraging the modesty of their ladies, and the way they are not being allowed even to peacefully protest. You saw only therefore yesterday how Chinmoy Krishnadas, who's ISKCON priest, has been arrested on unjust charges of sedition, because he was protesting peacefully with the Hindu minority, demanding some of the protections from the radical elements.
Sir, apart from releasing the Hindu prisoners who have been forcefully abducted, we can say, by the Bangladeshi authorities, you have also said that there needs to be stringent international sanctions on the Bangladesh and also the UN sanctions be imposed on the Bangladesh by the Indian side.
Yes, this is an illegal government forced on Bangladesh. In fact, the actually elected government has been forcibly removed, and there is a total lawlessness in Bangladesh. Government of India needs to take up this matter and go for whatever diplomatic and international measures are required to be taken to force Bangladesh to take care of its citizens. Otherwise, some kind of intervention needs to be made.
With that, viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in. 48 hours have passed and still no one is being allowed to meet ISKCON seer Chinmoy Krishna Prabhu. Food brought from the temple has not been allowed to be delivered yet. There is no information regarding permission for lawyers to meet him either. The followers of still fear for his life. This comes during the continuous conversation between the Ministry of External Affairs and Bangladesh as the pressure grows to leave the Hindu monk. We're also being joined by Kishle, my colleague from the Bangla newsroom, to tell us more about the happenings in Bangladesh. Kishle, how bad is the situation? Can you bring us to round with what is happening till now?
Well, guess who? The latest update we got was 48 hours back when Chinmoy Krishna Prabhu was taken for jailing him, and they were putting him in jail. He was allowed to receive prasad, the only food that he eats, from the devotees, ISKCON devotees in Bangladesh. After which he has not been allowed to be given any kind of food by the ISKCON devotees from the temple. He has not been allowed to be given any kind of medicines, and also one set of clothes was allowed to him 48 hours back, about 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. day before yesterday, after which no one is allowed to contact him, even his lawyers. His lawyers are saying that we could not contact him after that. So basic human rights of a person, even if that person is the worst criminal, he needs to be provided with basic human rights, which includes food, water, medicine, and access to lawyers and advocates. All these have been denied to Hindu monk Chinmoy Krishna Prabhu. He has been kept confined in an unknown cell within the Chattogram prison. His followers are saying that we fear for his life. We don't even know that if he is still inside that prison or if he has been taken out, he is well or not. Whether he is alive or not is a question now, because we don't know. We are not getting basic information. Even his followers and lawyers are not getting basic information. and such kind of atrocity, such kind of blatant fallacy of human rights have not been seen in recent times, even in radical Islamic states across the world, what's happening in Bangladesh. So it's a condemnable situation, shocking situation. On the other hand, the High Court of Bangladesh is considering a writ petition which calls for banning ISKCON as an organization because they say that it's a radical organization. On the other hand, the fact of the matter is that there are radical extremists on the streets of Bangladesh who are chanting Islamic slogans and chanting slogans like catch one ISKCON devotee at a time and slaughter them, chop their head off. So this is what is happening in Bangladesh. The situation is very worrisome and we are trying to get more information about Chinmay Krishna Prabhu, but there is an iron curtain that has been drawn and no one can access him as of now as we speak currently. Gesu.
Right. Thank you so much, Kishle. We will also get back to you to speak about the protests that have gripped Bengal because of the ISKCON row. But moving on, after the Bangladesh Attorney General called for ban on ISKCON, former Indian High Commissioner to Bangladesh has slammed UNIS government. This comes while at home also the unrest is huge. The opposition party, the BJP, including multiple Hindu leaders, have started protesting. They've come out on the streets in Bengal to protest the arrest of Krishna Das. After Bangladesh, the Attorney General, BJP leaders and workers are being led by the West Bengal Assembly leader of opposition. And they're carrying placards and chanted slogans. The pressure is building from side of India on Bangladesh to release the Hindu monk. We also have reactions coming in on this story. Take a look.
The interim government of Bangladesh is in complete denial, and in fact, the latest news that has come in, which is even more shocking, after Bangladesh issued this riposte, this note yesterday evening, today morning, two things have happened. The attacks on Hindu temples in Chittagong have continued, and in fact, 3 more temples have been attacked in Hazari Lane and other areas of Chittagong. And more than that, the interim government of Bangladesh is now making a plea in court asking to ban ISKCON, claiming that it is a radical fundamentalist outfit.
While we keep tracking that for you, the shares of Adani Group companies, including Adani Green Energy Limited, which was recently in a row, Adani Power Limited, Adani Energy Solutions Limited, and Adani Enterprises Limited, saw gains on Wednesday. This after the Adani Group has denied all allegations by the United States pertaining to bribery charges. India's top lawyers have also come out to defend him during the conversation with Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. Listen in.
Mr. Sundaram, there are 2 points that I would like to bring into the debate now. You are saying that based upon what somebody has said, our government needs to move into action. The conclusion would be that that somebody is someone who has the Indian criminal justice system, the Indian legal system, and the Indian judicial system under their thumb. Why should the Indian legal executive system be subservient to the American system? That's point number 1. Point number 2 is tomorrow, if a court in Bhopal indicts Elon Musk, how do you expect the American government to respond? We must be practical here and do everything possible to maintain the independence of our own criminal justice system, our own judicial system, and not make it subservient to that of the Americans. The second point is that these emails. Now, I come to the issue of these emails.
Arnab, I want to say something about those emails first, if I may.
Okay.
In paragraph 104 and 108, there's a reference to 2 emails, right? Take it from me that those emails are a part of the entire narration, right? But they have no probative value as to the charges made in the indictment. None. But there's a more serious issue. These are emails of an Indian citizen, right? And they have no probative value. I am sure that the Adanis would not mind putting these in the public domain, all right? But because I've seen the narration about those emails, so I have some idea what they are about. Paragraphs 104 and 108. How does the Department of Justice get access to the private emails of Mr. Gautam Adani? These were not copied to anybody. This DOJ is the democratic deep state tapping our citizens. This is a serious offense in America. I countercharge those who brought this indictment before the judge, who put it before the grand jury, right? I countercharge that there's been illegal hacking of emails in India.
One minute. Now you're bringing in a completely different angle, sir. Can you 1 minute, Mr. Jethmalani? Now you have brought in a completely different dimension to this debate.
Yes.
And I hope that you are doing so.
I'm doing this with
some information that you have which we don't have access to.
Yes. No,
you are saying.
I am making a counter charge loud and clear.
On what basis?
Department of Justice in America, right? With full responsibility and complete accountability in case I made a false allegation.
This is breaking news.
104 and 108 refer to private emails of Mr. Gautam Adani in India. They were not copied to anybody.
1 minute. Page number or paragraph 104 and 108. 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a hot debate. I'm extending this by 15 minutes. Too many people are on the call right now. Too many viewers streaming. Let this stop and take a break. This is going to be extended.
Mr. Sundaram thinks that there's a halo around the American judicial system. I don't. I'm not, as I said before, I'm not an insect of the computer class. Everything that emanates from America is not worthy of sainthood.
If I understand, Tony, if I understand you right, after what I said, that this warrants an inquiry in India, do I take it that you're not in agreement that it warrants even an inquiry in India or an investigation in India? For my understanding, I'm asking you that.
Listen, I am not going to say anything on that aspect. If we are not on that aspect right now, we are on the.
That is the only aspect I'm on.
No,
that is the only aspect I'm on. I said arrive at guilt or innocence from this. I want an investigation and an inquiry to look into it.
Ariman, 1 minute. He's responding.
I'll answer your question. According to me, any indictment without evidence is not worth the paper on which it's written. You may think that there's something sacrosanct about an indictment. I said indictment without evidence is not worth the paper it's written on. Don't waste Indian judicial time and investigation authorities' time.
But he refers to emails.
You're not able to point out what evidence even discloses the conspiracy.
But he says there are emails. There are emails, Mahesh.
Yes.
Emails which are the evidence. The emails are the evidence, Mahesh.
Who says so?
And records of meetings.
Hemant Soren says so. On the
Sundaram says so. I'm giving you 2 paragraphs and 104.
He also 104. Which paragraph are you? 1 minute. I have 104 before me. You've referred to 104 numerous times. The offerings.
There are emails which could only have been got by American hacking, by the DOJ hacking, by whoever put this case before. Those emails are referred to. I am now talking about the documents. Mr. Sundaram doesn't bring documents to prove the conspiracy charge, let alone actual bribery. I am now saying that the personal emails, how did the Department of Justice or whoever placed them before the judge concerned, the Department of Justice, how did they obtain these private emails of an Indian citizen?
I need 1 minute. We are now, may I say so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, that for all the people out there who say that, people are not interested in deep news, let me say this in the middle of this feisty and hot debate, that the thousands of people tuning in to watch this debate between Mahesh Jethmalani and Hemant Soren, including, I am told, many law students who are now tuning in, law students commenting on this debate, saying this is the kind of conversation we need to have. And for that, I'm grateful to both these gentlemen for making it happen. Now, I need to go back to Mr. Hemant Soren. Please, Mahesh, with your permission. You'll have to give me 10 minutes. This is getting too big. Mr. Sundaram, I wish your response on the point that Mr. Jethmalani says. He says that there has been espionage. that the Department of Justice has hacked the emails of the Adani Group, and therefore he has cast a shadow over the emails which you have referred to as evidence. Could you please respond to that point he's made?
Let me respond to it straight away. I will take what Mr. Jethmalani says. I will take it that it was hacking, that these emails were illegally acquired, that it really casts a huge blemish on the American system for adopting such methods, unlawful methods, to garner such private emails. I accept all that, but the fact is, those emails were got. Now, as far as I'm concerned as an Indian, while I'm equally upset, as Mr. Jethmalani is, by the fact that there would be hacking in the United States of private emails, as an Indian, I'm equally concerned that if those emails or records of meetings or otherwise disclose any possibility of corruption of Indian officials, and if such a possibility is disclosed, although the disclosure came out through illegally tapping any of these emails, as an Indian citizen interested in clean government, I am keen that this is investigated and inquired. I am not giving a judgment on the matter. I am not concluding on the matter, but I certainly feel that what is there warrants us as a country to say, look here, let's look into this, to see if there's any basis in which we should take action, or to see that there is no basis and clean our names. I feel that should not be objected to.
Mr. Hemant Soren, is there a possibility
Now, before you step in, just one question, just one response. I say, right, that the two emails the two paragraphs containing emails, right, they are innocuous. But I say that primarily our thrust should not be on what is supposed to have happened in India, because even they don't allege what's happened in India. I think first, the Americans should clean up their own audience tables. First, tell us. I put it as a primary issue. This is breach of privacy, something about which I'm sure Mr. Sundaram feels very strongly about. Wiretapping. Right? I'm sure you do, Hemant. Yes, all right.
I agree with you.
Yeah. I'm saying first, please tell us. I want to know what this Department of Justice is up to. And at whose behest? Because I'll tell you why. 1 year ago, Mr. Sundaram, Hindenburg came into the picture and did a short sale just before Parliament. The timing is suspect. It happened again just before Parliament. This is not coincidental. It is not coincidental. One event of timing is a coincidence, mere coincidence. Two does not. This means this is a pre-concerted conspiracy. Somebody in the democratic deep state, right, is interested in making sure, it's a scorched earth policy before Biden demits office, that Adani has no future in the business with the US government. A. B. Last time we exposed, people thought Hindenburg had exposed Adani and the short sale he was responsible for. Hindenburg's principal, who used Kotak as the brokers in India, right? Their principals were a trust owned by a gentleman called Michael Langdon, right? Now this Michael, we thought, was the face of the principal. His wife was one Anla Chen, who the Americans, right? And she was the joint holder of that trust. She was a very influential lady in New York. She was exposed as being somebody who was conducting espionage activities for China. That's the kind of people, principals, whom the Congress party is depending on. The same people.
Now, when you mean Congress party, 1 minute. 1 minute. You're moving very fast. 1 minute. No, Mahesh Jethmalani, the problem is, please, just go a little slow. Okay. This is like a Rafael Nadal serve. Please understand. These are volleys going on both sides, and let the umpire step in. You're moving very fast. You went from American deep state to Trump coming in, Biden going out, scorched earth policy, right? And then you have quickly moved on to the Congress party. You are therefore making a charge that this has got nothing to do with a pure investigation on a corporate. This is all country versus country stuff. This is one political establishment in America that is on its way out, attacking the present political establishment in the country indirectly. Are you saying that?
Yes,
are you saying that?
I am saying that. I am saying that this has been a feature. I don't know what happened after Prime Minister Modi got an excellent reception, right, in America in 2023, a bipartisan, hundreds of applause for his speech and his appearance, right? Something went wrong after that, right? Biden has turned rogue. The Biden administration, I don't mean President Joe Biden himself, the Biden administration turned rogue. I think with the approaching elections, they were looking for a constituency of the very left as the very left wing of the Democratic Party. Now, this is all speculation, so I don't want to put it as fact, right? And they reached out to elements in America, right, who were a significant constituency and would have supported the Democratic Party. They reached out to them and tried to further their electoral prospects. Now, the fact of what I'm coming to is, Anla Chen, right? Nobody has denied that she was the principal behind the 2023. Nobody in America. In fact, the present Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, right? He is the person who's investigating. There's a congressional investigation into this Chinese spy for furthering Chinese activities. So what you have is the principal in the last hit, the Hindenburg hit of 2023, the principal, right? And I can tell you something. I have had a call that the brokers involved, right? The brokers involved claim they didn't know that there was a Chinese principal behind this.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end.
After two clinching CCTV clippings from Sambal, we have another explosive audio tape. We'll get you all the details and what's in that audio tape at 10 a.m. Stay tuned.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Lots of top stories lined up from Bangladesh to what's expected in the parliament, the showdown, everything after a quick check on the headlines. Clincher CCTVs in Sambal riots point to pre-planned conspiracy. 28 rioters arrested so far. Ajmer Dargah survey demand. Owaisi wades in, calls it the demand of the Hindutva agenda. Stage set for Mahayuti 2.0. Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit Pawar to meet HM Shah today in the national capital. "68 retired judges and bureaucrats write to PM Modi on Hindu persecution in Bangladesh, demand PM Modi's intervention." Supreme Court to hear Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar to hear the matter. Congress MP Randeep Surjewala gives suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 to discuss the Adani issue. First up, viewers, our top focus remains on what's happening in Bangladesh and what's happening with the ISKCON priest Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu. After the Attorney General of Bangladesh called for a ban on ISKCON, we have reactions, strong reactions coming in from back home in India. Devki Nandan, another top Hindu face, has called upon ISKCON and other temples across the nation to protest in the aftermath of the unjust detention of the Hindu leader Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu. Addressing issues of alleged Hindu persecution in Bangladesh during his discourse, he urged temples to raise their voices and flag the concern in Bangladesh. Spiritual leader Devki Nandan Thakur has now made some strong reactions, called upon all the temples and ISKCONs across India to stage a massive protest against the unjust detention. Listen in.
वर्ल्ड वाइज एक बहुत बड़ी संस्था है और उन्हीं के पुजारी को अरेस्ट किया गया बांग्लादेश में, और पूरे देश में मैं देख रहा हूं कि कोई भी इस्कॉन टेम्पल से बोल नहीं रहा। इतने डिवोटी हैं, सारे इस्कॉन टेम्पल ही अगर रोड पे आ जाएं तो भारत में जाम कर सकते हैं, बांग्लादेश को जाम कर सकते हैं, अमेरिका को भी जाम कर सकते हैं, इतने इस्कॉन के फॉलोअर्स हैं। पर एक व्यक्ति जिसने सत्य के लिए आवाज उठाई, वहां हिंदुओं को बचाने के लिए आवाज उठाई, इस्कॉन से आवाज नहीं आ रही उनके लिए, आनी चाहिए। जब देवकीनंदन कथा पंडाल में आवाज उठा सकता है तो हर एक इस्कॉन टेम्पल से आवाज उठनी चाहिए।
Now we have more big breaking news coming in, viewers, from various parts of the world, because protests have broken out in Finland and America, where Hindus have hit the streets calling for justice, even as the Yunus government continues its unjust treatment and crackdown on Hindus. The call to unite against Hindu phobia is only growing louder with each passing day. And this is a testament to that. Protests in Finland and the United States calling upon the world leaders to condemn what's happening in Bangladesh, especially with the Hindu community, because unjust detentions are being made. And one of the prime examples of That is the arrest of Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu, an ISKCON priest who has been arrested on trumped-up charges. He is facing sedition for raising his voice against the atrocities that are being meted out against the Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. Now we have a worldwide chorus to stop the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. The banners on your screens clearly show the stand that these protesters are taking. It's very, very clear and evident. They're calling on various world leaders, and they're also raising their voice against the atrocities against the Hindu community, against the arrest of Chinmay Krishnadas Prabhu, against Attorney General's demand to ban ISKCON, as he claims that it is a radical organization. But on the contrary, there are protests breaking out across the world. Hindu community members across the world are hitting the streets, calling for action, and also calling out the Hindu phobia that's prevalent in Bangladesh. Even as Yunus government continues to deny and deflect, we have protests breaking out in various quarters of the world, and these are the two visuals that we are tracking, one from Finland and the other one from the United States, Helsinki and New York. These are the two places where protests have erupted, where the Hindu community members have hit the streets against Hindu phobia. While the world continues to remain silent, protests continue to rage on the global arena. We have Samiksha also joining me live from the newsroom. Samiksha, protests have broken out across the world condemning Hindu phobia in Bangladesh. Take us through the latest.
Well, that's right, Deepak. You know, this is the result of the anger that is simmering over the arrest of the Hindu monk Chinmay Das. In fact, we just heard that soundbite of the Hindus here who's called on ISKCON followers to take to streets and unite against the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. And the very fact that the Hindu monk has been charged with sedition. Let's also once again, in fact, to run you through the statements that have been made by the Bangladesh Foreign Ministry. It says that identify and hold accountable those responsible for attack on Sanatanis. And in fact, Deepak, to talk about that statement that came in from Bangladesh Foreign Ministry, it was a very shallow statement. They refused to condemn, of course, the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. But Ministry of External Affairs back home has taken a very strong stand, demanding accountability from the Bangladesh authorities administration. The statement by the MEA says that it's unfortunate that charges are being pressed against a religious leader. They have urged Bangladesh to ensure safety and security of Hindus. This after Bangladesh Foreign Ministry has also released a statement in which the Yunus administration says that these are unfounded statements contrary to spirit of friendship, will ensure safety and security of religious minorities, which is exactly the opposite of what's happening in Bangladesh. They've even gone on to say that Bangladesh notes arrest of Chinmay with a sense of deep hurt, stepped up security to ensure religious harmony. This has not been the case, Deepak. We've seen that even basic essentials are being denied to Chinmay Das. Medicines are being denied. Prasad is being denied. It's also being said that the Hindu monk is not being allowed to meet his lawyers. So definitely there is a crackdown on Hindu voices. Chinmay Das, who's been illegally arrested, he's been charged with sedition. The basic needs are not being fulfilled. It's said that even the lawyers are not being able to speak to their client and make a case for Chinmay Das, who's been illegally arrested by the Yunus administration.
That's right, Samiksha, and parallelly as well, we have the Attorney General of Bangladesh coming out in the open and calling for a ban on ISKCON, calling it a radical organization, and this after a lawyer was killed. And Bangladesh claims that there were Hindus involved in the killing of the lawyer, but the arrest of 27 individuals clearly shows that none of the arrested individuals belong to the Hindu community. So it's a big slap on Yunus government's face.
And you know, the lawyer who was hacked to death outside the court was a Muslim lawyer who was representing Chinmay Das. So definitely there is a lot of anger, and that statement also that came in from the Attorney General of Bangladesh, who's termed ISKCON a fundamentalist organization. To a point, it's even being said that Bangladesh authorities are now banning a ban on ISKCON. So the statement, just to read out that statement that came in from the Attorney General, who said that ISKCON is a religious fundamentalist organization. They've cited killing of lawyer in deadly clashes, plea filed to ban ISKCON. So this is the kind of, the state of affairs in Bangladesh when the Attorney General goes on to term ISKCON a religious fundamentalist organization, even as this is a known fact of how ISKCON works to serve the people of the country, not just back home, but in several countries, Deepak.
That's right, Samiksha. All eyes will be on these protests that have erupted across the globe. We'll keep a track on that. Many thanks for joining me with those details. Now let's move on, viewers. The JPC panel witnessed a showdown by the opposition members. Yesterday, when they convened a meeting, the opposition members staged a walkout demanding an extension of the JPC's tenure. And unanimously, the panel has decided to seek an extension of its tenure till the end of the next budget session. Here's what happened.
At the sitting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee meeting on Waqf Bill, members of opposition parties staged a walkout. Opposition MPs claimed that the committee had failed to hear from several state boards and the bill needed more rounds of discussions. The opposition also accused the proceedings of being a mockery and demanding an extension of the JPC's tenure.
The mandate is that the report should be given on the 29th.
Yes, sir.
First week, last day.
Yes, sir.
Now, how can you give it? There is a procedure that has to be followed. There is a procedure laid down by the rules and by the director speaker.
मैं बार बार ये कहता हूँ कि इस देश में एक पार्टी का राज है जिसका नाम है भारतीय झगड़ा पार्टी। वो पूरे देश में झगड़ा कराना चाहती है, बवाल कराना चाहती है।
The fundamental things is this: witnesses have to be brought. Only the interested persons, maximum interested persons, who the association who are close to BJP, were brought. That is, by that way, days have been wasted.
स्पीकर साहब हमको एक चीज कहते हैं, चेयरमैन साहब दूसरा चीज कहते हैं। मतलब सरकार और चेयरमैन पार्लियामेंट के जो अध्यक्ष है, उनके बीच में भी संतुलन नहीं है। चेयरमैन एक पार्लियामेंट के कमेटी के चेयरमैन है, पर नहीं वो स्पीकर की बात नहीं, वो किसी और बड़े मंत्री के बातों को तवज्जो दे रहे हैं।
However, JPC chairman Jagdambika Pal stated that the committee was unanimously in favor of extending its tenure.
एक राय बनी है कि हमें कुछ समय इसको और बढ़ाना चाहिए, तो मैं इस कदम पे इस पे विचार करूंगा और कुछ समय पे विचार करके फिर हम लोकसभा में इस पे सीमा तय हुई हो। अभी तो हम रिजोल्यूशन मूव करेंगे, तो 29 तक हमारी इसका टेन्योर है, तो हम कल परसों में इसका रिजोल्यूशन मूव कर देंगे, फिर जो एक टाइम एक्सटेंशन हाउस ग्रांट करेगा।
Committee member and BJP MP Aparajita Sarangi confirmed that the panel would formally request Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to extend JPC's tenure.
Some time is definitely required, so it was unanimously resolved towards the end of the meeting that the committee would be requesting Honourable Speaker for extension in the date of the submission of the report by the committee to the Honourable Speaker Lok Sabha up to the end of...
We have put our views, we have said we need more time. The chairman will decide and let you people know.
It was BJP MP Nishikant Dubey who, during the JPC meeting, moved the resolution to extend the committee's time, with the final decision on the extension to be made by the House. The panel has requested that the deadline for the JPC report to be extended to the last day of Parliament's budget session. The motion will be moved in Parliament today, where the final call will be taken. With all these changes on the table, will the amended bill be finalized only next year?
Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the Sambal violent clashes. Now, the investigation is speeding and it's progressing, and in the aftermath, we have accessed not just CCTV clippings but also an explosive audio tape. One of the protesters, or rather one of the rioters named Sameer, his audio has now been recovered from the riot site. The audio clearly goes on to show what they were planning and how they were mobilizing whatever was required to confront the survey team as well as the police who accompanied the team. Let's play that audio out, which clearly shows one of the accused rioter saying saman leke aao. What is that saman that he's talking about? First we'll play that audio and then we'll proceed.
हाँ इनकी किधर है तू ये बता।
सामान लगा के लाइए सामान
है किधर?
अब यहीं जाओ इस पे
जामा मस्जिद से इधर को थोड़ी नहीं वाली जा रही तरफ को उधर को मत
जुबैर भाई का घर है। जुबैर भाई का घर है, जुबैर भाई का वहाँ पे जल्दी तो सामान लाइए सामान।
हाँ इनकी किधर है तू ये बता।
सामान लगा के लाइए सामान
है किधर?
अब यहीं जाओ इस पे
जामा मस्जिद से इधर को थोड़ी नहीं वाली जा रही तरफ को उधर को मत
जुबैर भाई का घर है। जुबैर भाई का घर है, जुबैर भाई का वहाँ पे जल्दी तो सामान लाइए सामान।
अबे फिर वो आज सब कुछ यही पूछ होगा। हेलो
हेलो,
अरे सुभान भाई, ऐसा है अपने मोहल्ले से जित्तो को लेके आयशा को लेके आया हो जामा मस्जिद पे।
अच्छा भाई।
हाँ, दोबारा मामला बिगड़ गया, तमाम पब्लिक ही पब्लिक है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, अबे फिर वो आज सब कुछ यही पूछ होगा। हेलो
हेलो,
अरे सुभान भाई, ऐसा है अपने मोहल्ले से जित्तो को लेके आयशा को लेके आया हो जामा मस्जिद पे।
अच्छा भाई।
हाँ, दोबारा मामला बिगड़ गया, तमाम पब्लिक ही पब्लिक है।
Well, Jatin is with me from Sambal. Jatin, explosive audio tapes after CCTV clinching, footages. We have two explosive audio tapes where you can hear one of the rioters saying "Saman leke aao Jama Masjid ke paas," and the other rioter is saying "Jitne logon ko बुला सकते हो उतने लोगों को लेके आओ जमा मस्जिद के पास." So this is a clear-cut proof that this was not something that broke out, but this was something that was planned.
आज बिल्कुल देखिए, ये जो ऑडियो है ये अपने आप में एक सबूत है और पुलिस इस सबूत को लेकर कोर्ट भी जाएगी। और इस ऑडियो में आप क्लियरली सुन रहे हैं कि कैसे लोगों को भीड़ इकट्ठी की गई, जामा मस्जिद बोल के लोगों को बुलाया गया और अपने साथ सामान लाने को बोला गया। अगर आप पश्चिमी यूपी में आए हैं तो यहाँ पर आप क्लियरली समझ सकते हैं कि किस सामान का जिक्र कर रहे हैं और अपने साथ सामान लाने की बात कर रहे हैं। तो संभवतः सामान को यहाँ पर कट्टा बोला जाता है। और पुलिस ने तकरीबन 41 राउंड्स जो फायर था 315 बोर का वो रिकवर किया है। और जो 315 बोर के कारतूस होते हैं, बुलेट्स होते हैं, वो अमूमन कट्टे से ही फायर किए जाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं अब सबूत इस ओर इशारा कर रहे हैं कि कैसे फोन करके दंगाइयों ने लोगों को इकट्ठा किया और उसके बाद जामा मस्जिद के पास आने को बोला। ये जो सामान लाने का ऑडियो आपने अभी तक सुना, ये ऑडियो दरअसल एक दंगाई के फोन से बरामद किया है पुलिस ने। समीर उसका नाम है। सबसे पहले जिन 27 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की गई थी उसमें समीर भी शामिल था। उसके फोन को फॉरेंसिक जांच के लिए भेजा गया और जब फोन खुला तो उसके अंदर ये रिकॉर्डिंग मिली जिसमें वो लगातार बोल रहा है और एग्रेशन में बोल रहा है कि जल्दी पहुंचो, अपने साथ सामान लेके पहुंचो, जामा मस्जिद के पास पहुंचो, और आखिरी में भी बोलता है कि सामान जरूर लेकर आना। तो कहीं ना कहीं अब ये ऑडियो इस और इशारा कर रहा है कि कैसे प्लानिंग के चलते लोगों को जामा मस्जिद के पास बुलाया गया, हथियार लेकर साथ में आने के लिए बोला गया और इसी कड़ी में आगे जो कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। और दूसरा ऑडियो आपको जो आपने सुना उसमें साफ तौर पर बोला जा रहा है कि कैसे अपने मोहल्ले से जितने भी लोग ला सकते हो आप वो लोग लेकर जामा मस्जिद के पास पहुंचो। उस ऑडियो के बैकग्राउंड में आप सुनेंगे तो लोगों की भीड़ और चिल्लाने की, शोर मचाने की आवाज भी आपको सुनाई देगी। और वो ऑडियो में जो दंगाई है वो ये बोल रहा है कि बड़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठे हो चुके हैं, तो आप भी अपने मोहल्ले से जितने लोगों को ला सकते हैं उसको लेकर आइए और जामा मस्जिद के पास तुरंत पहुंचिए। तो जो लोग ये सवाल खड़े कर रहे थे कि हीट ऑफ मूवमेंट में इस तरीके से पत्थरबाजी हो गई, ये सबूत उन लोगों के लिए है जिसमें क्लियरली दिख रहा है कि कैसे लोगों को फोन कर करके बुलाया गया, ये बोला गया कि अपने साथ सामान लेकर वहां पर पहुंचे। और उसके बाद की तस्वीर सबने देखी कि कैसे पुलिस बल पर पथराव हुआ, फायरिंग की आवाजें आपको सुनाई दी, आगजनी, गाड़ियों के अंदर आगजनी की गई, जो भी सामान मिल रहा था उसको आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। समीर के फोन से, जो कि खुद दंगाई है, पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। उसके फोन से जब ये ऑडियो अब रिकवर हुआ है तो कहीं ना कहीं आप कोर्ट में इसको उसको सबूत के तौर पर रखा जाएगा। समीर किसी वारिस से बात कर रहा है, वो वारिस कौन है उसकी तलाश में अब पुलिस जो है वो साफ तौर पर जुट गई है। समीर से इनिशियल पूछताछ में उसने इसका जिक्र किया है, तो उस लोकेशन पर दबिश देने की बात एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन करता नजर आ रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं दंगा किस तरीके से हुआ, लोग किस तरीके से इकट्ठे हुए, वो इस ऑडियो में आप साफ तौर पर सुन सकते हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Not just about that. In fact, my colleague Samiksha is also live with us from the newsroom. Samiksha, 2 CCTV clippings, 2 audio tapes. These are pieces of the puzzle that the police are trying to put together. And what we understand from these findings is that this riot did not happen or did not just break out when the survey team arrived. It was clearly planned, meticulously planned, because the protesters, or rather the mob, the rioters, had masks. They had a blue chemical to apply below their eyes to evade tear gas repercussions. And we have audio tapes which are clearly saying that bring those things. What are those things? And another audio tape claims that mobilize as much as as much people as you can from your locality. So clearly the conspiracy charge is now unraveling in Sambhal.
Deepak, and like you mentioned, I'd just like to sum up those the details that we've been able to gather. 2 clincher CCTV footage and 2 audio clips that we've accessed. Let's talk first up about the 2 CCTV footage that we've accessed. The first is from 9:22 a.m. and the second is 9:26 a.m. Important to highlight here that the riots broke out at noon time, somewhere around 12:30 to 12:45 p.m. The footage that we've accessed shows how the riots were pre-planning the arson and vandalism that took place during the videography of the mosque, that is around 12:35 p.m. So the details that we have as of now are at around 12:30 a.m. when the protesters, the rioters, beg your pardon, are seen preparing to pelt stones from rooftops. They are seen mobilizing in large numbers. They are even seen masking up, which means that they were clearly preparing how there is going to be retaliation on part of the police officials. There could be tear gas shells fired. They are seen applying some gel under their eyes, which hints that how they were trying to avoid tear gas shells. Rioters were also seen fully preparing themselves to pelt stones, something which is very evident in that CCTV footage that we've accessed, Deepak. The other CCTV footage, which is around 1 minute 26 seconds, in which the entire area is seen, which is just behind the mosque, which shows how the rioters are are mobilizing. There are people who are trying to incite the crowd in this area, and they are trying to ask people to collect at that, mobilize at that particular location. Also running you through the details of that audio clip that we've accessed, in which a writer who's been identified as Sameer has been arrested by the police. Now, this is the audio clip that's been recovered from the mobile phone of the writer identified as Sameer. In this audio clip, it's heard how he's speaking to other people, asking them to mobilize near Jama Masjid, near the mosque. While the videography of the mosque was taking place, he tells them to bring along their belongings. Now, it's said, while we do not authenticate the veracity of this audio, in this clip, it is heard how he's urging the people to bring along their belongings and to come in large numbers. So yes, Deepak, these are 2 CCTV footage and 2 audio clips that we've accessed, which will be very crucial for the UP police to catch hold of all those 74 rioters who've been identified by the UP police so far.
That's right, Samiksha. Stay on with me. I have Jatin with me. Jatin, look at the clippings that we have accessed. About 50 to 60 people, charging and pelting stones. Where did they get all these stones from? It was not lying on the streets. It was mobilized like how they mobilized people. So what did you find, Jatin, when you visited the aftermath of the violent zone? When you visited on Monday, what did you find?
देखिए, ये सिर्फ 60-70 लोगों ने पत्थरबाजी नहीं की, इनकी संख्या 100 से भी ज्यादा। और आप अगर इस सीसीटीवी फुटेज और तमाम जो वीडियो पुलिस एनालाइज कर रही है उसमें देखेंगे तो ये 200 के भी पार पहुंच जाएगा। इतने लोगों ने पत्थरबाजी की, तो ये तो कोई संयोग नहीं हो सकता कि पत्थर उनको सड़क से पड़े हुए मिले। पुलिस की थ्योरी इस ओर इशारा कर रही है कि रात को जब पता लगा कि सर्वे टीम यहाँ पर पहुंचने वाली है, उसके बाद लोगों को कॉल करके या यूं बोला गया मैसेजेस करके कि आपको सुबह यहाँ पर पहुंचना है। और आप पूरी टाइमलाइन देखिए, 7 बजे सर्वे टीम जामा मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होती है, 9:15 तक बाहर जो भीड़ है वो इकट्ठा होना शुरू हो जाती है और तकरीबन 9:20 के बाद से जो तस्वीरें अलग अलग देखने को मिली उसमें जहां पत्थरबाजी भी हुई, आगजनी भी हुई, फायरिंग जो है वो साफ तौर पर की गई। 41 खाली कारतूस जो कि 315 बोर के हैं, तमंचे से फायर किए जाते हैं, वो पुलिस ने स्पॉट से रिकवर किए हैं और ये सब फायर कारतूस थे जो कि गोली चल चुकी थी, खाली कारतूस थे। तो कहीं ना कहीं कैसे पत्थर इनके पास पहुंचे, उस थ्योरी को अभी पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि सीसीटीवी कैमरे जो कि ज्यादातर तोड़ दिए गए थे उनके डीवीआर को रिट्रीव किया जा रहा है ताकि डाटा पता किया जा सके। जो 2 सीसीटीवी हम अपने दर्शकों को आज सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं उसमें आप देखेंगे कि एक घर के बाहर ईंट का जत्था लगा हुआ है, यानी कि मल्टीपल ईंट्स वहां पर रखी हुई हैं। दंगाई क्या कर रहे थे, उस ईंट को उठा रहे थे, उसको जमीन पे तोड़ते थे, उसके 4 हिस्से करते थे, टुकड़े करते थे और उसके बाद उनको पुलिस फोर्स के ऊपर एक तरीके से फेंकते थे। उस पत्थरों का इस्तेमाल जो है पथराव के तौर पर किया जा रहा था। संभल और जहां पर शाही जामा मस्जिद है उस इलाके में आप देखेंगे तो मिट्टी बहुत ज्यादा है, जगह जगह आपको छोटे छोटे पत्थर जिसको हम रोड़ी कंक्रीट बोलते हैं वो आपको इजीली सड़क किनारे पड़ा मिल जाएगा। इस इंसिडेंट के बाद से एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने सबसे पहला काम यही किया कि जामा मस्जिद के आसपास के जितने भी इलाके हैं वहां पे सड़कों पे जितना भी डंप मटेरियल था, चाहे वो छोटे पत्थर हो, लकड़ी के सामान हो, सभी को सड़कों से हटाया। कल क्योंकि जुमे की नमाज अदा होनी है उसको लेकर संभल अलर्ट पर भी है, वैसी परिस्थिति ना हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से दंगाइयों ने पत्थर को उठाया और उसके बाद एक-एक करके फायर करना शुरू किया और ऑडियो आप साफ तौर पर सुन रहे हैं, एक भीड़ 800-900 की एक समय पे कैसे इकट्ठी हो सकती है, ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल हैं, क्वेश्चंस हैं जिनके आंसर पुलिस ढूंढ रही है। इंटरनेट सस्पेंशन है, लगातार जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो अपने आगे एसपी और डीएम बढ़ाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जो भी एविडेंस उनको मिल रहे हैं उन एविडेंस के आधार पर आगे जो कार्रवाई है वो साफ तौर पर की जा रही है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल जो लोग ये बोल रहे थे कि ये हीट ऑफ द मूवमेंट हुआ, वैसा नहीं था। लोगों को कॉल करके बुलाया गया, बताया गया भीड़ इकट्ठी हो रही है, सिचुएशन ऐसी है, आप अपने साथ सामान लेकर आइए, वेपन्स वहां पर फायर किए गए। तो कहीं ना कहीं अब इन सबूतों के आधार पर जो लोग इसमें शामिल हैं उन सभी पर कार्रवाई करने की बात एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन करता नजर आ रहा है। और कल हमने देखा कि 28वीं गिरफ्तारी इस पूरे मामले में जिस शख्स की गई उसने भी एक समुदाय के अगेंस्ट बातें बोली और जिस समय हिंसा चल रही थी उस समय वो बातें बोली। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक कॉन्स्पिरेसी साजिश, क्योंकि डीएम और एसपी पहले दिन से बोल रहे हैं कि लगातार इसमें साजिश की बात है और उसी एंगल पर जो जांच है वो की जा रही है। संभल हिंसा से जुड़ी हर अपडेट, हर खबर सबसे पहले हम आप तक पहुंचाते रहेंगे। बने रहिए रिपब्लिक टीवी के साथ।
חיזבאללה יפר את הפסקת האש לא רק אם הוא יירה עלינו, הוא יפר את ההסכם גם כשהוא ינסה להתחמש כדי לירות עלינו בעתיד. על כל הפרה שלו נגיב בעוצמה. חיזבאללה יפר את הפסקת האש לא רק אם הוא יירה עלינו, הוא יפר את ההסכם גם כשהוא ינסה להתחמש כדי לירות עלינו בעתיד. על כל הפרה שלו נגיב בעוצמה. אז למה לעשות הפסקת אש עכשיו? יש 3 סיבות עיקריות. סיבה ראשונה, התמקדות באיום האיראני, ולא ארחיב על כך. סיבה שנייה, רענון כוחות וחידוש מלאים. ואני אומר לכם בגלוי, כי זה לא סוד. היו עיכובים עיכובים גדולים באספקת נשק וחימושים, והעיכוב הזה עומד להשתחרר בקרוב. נצטייד באמצעי לחימה מתקדמים שישמרו על חיי חיילינו ויתנו לנו כוח מחץ נוסף להשלים את משימותינו. וסיבה שלישית להפסקת האש, ניתוק הזירה ובידוד החמאס. ידידיי תושבי הצפון, אני גאה בכם. אני גאה ביכולת העמידה שלכם, ואני מחויב לחלוטין לביטחונכם, לשיקום יישוביכם, לעתידכם. אני נחוש לעשות כל מה שצריך כדי למנוע מאיראן להשיג נשק גרעיני. חיזבאללה בחר לתקוף אותנו משם ב8 באוקטובר. חלפה שנה, זה כבר לא אותו חיזבאללה. החזרנו אותו עשרות.
Tuning in, I'm Suesha Sound. We get you all the top stories we are tracking for you this Thursday morning. First, a quick check of the headlines. Clincher CCTVs in Sambal riot point to pre-planned conspiracy. 28 rioters arrested so far. Amid Ajmer Dargah survey demand, OVC waits in terms survey demand, Hindutsav agenda. State set for Mahayuti 2.0, Fadnavis, Shinde, Ajit Pawar all to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi today. "68 retired judges and bureaucrats write to Prime Minister Modi on Hindu persecution in Bangladesh, demand Modi's intervention." Supreme Court all set to hear the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Mathura case today. Bench comprising Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar. Congress MP Randeep Surjewala gives suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 to discuss the Adani issue. First up, breaking news coming in. Enforcement Directorate team investigating the PPPYL cyber app fraud case was attacked in Bijwasan area of Delhi by accused Ashok Sharma and his family members. Local police quickly arrived at the scene and ED is now filing a case at the local police station regarding the assault. The incident occurred during ED's probe into cyber crime related investigation. We've also put out those pictures on your screens of the assault, where, remember, ED officials have already now filed a complaint at the local police station. But the ED officials who are probing the cyber app fraud case were attacked in the national capital. Let me cut across to Piyush, who is picking up further details on the same. Piyush, this is shameful of how the ED officials who were conducting that investigation were attacked. Take us through the details of the intensity of that attack and the complaint that has been filed.
So I think, yes, Suyesha, the intensity of this attack is definitely extreme, because when you see that ED officials are being attacked, and what we have been also told is that there have been some ED officials which have also sustained injuries and are presently receiving treatment. Now, the case on which the Enforcement Directorate was working was of a cyber fraud case, in which how there was not only cybercrime that was occurring, but also a lot of money being siphoned off through cryptocurrency. So yes, because there was an element of money laundering that was involved in this case, the Enforcement Directorate officials was today conducting an investigation, and in this regard only they had done a probe, and they were trying to do a raid at a farmhouse in Bijwasan area of southwest Delhi. Now, unfortunately, when they were conducting this raid, we witnessed that there was an attack, a violent attack on the Enforcement Directorate officials at a farmhouse where these officials were conducting raid. And what we've been told is that there have been over 4 to 5 Enforcement Directorate officials that have sustained injury. They have been receiving treatment. Further information on their medical treatment is being awaited. But yes, following this attack, a violent attack, a vicious attack which has been undertaken on the Enforcement Directorate officials, now a case has been registered at a local police station, and we are also now awaiting an official statement from the Delhi police in this regard, because the Delhi police has confirmed that there has been an attack. Now, will there be an arrest that would take place of the people who have conducted this attack on the Enforcement Directorate officials? That is all awaited. But yes, a worrying situation indeed, where that was just doing their job have been attacked. Back to the studio.
Right, Piyush, do stay on, because details coming in of how the conspiracy is much larger than what meets the eye. Do stay on. We'll quickly flash those details. We are learning that thousands of cyber crimes like phishing scams, QR code cheating, part-time job scam are area reported across the country with the help of I4C and FIUIND. Thousands of reported crime instances that were analyzed in totality. It was found that crime money that was being layered into 15,000 mule accounts, then debit and credit cards that were obtained. Using these cards, money was remitted to top up virtual accounts on UAE-based PYYPL payment aggregator. These funds were used from PYYPL to buy cryptocurrency. Piyush, please tell us more on the same.
So as you just mentioned, Srisha, that this is indeed a very big and a very deep cybercrime which is being operating, in which you are witnessing that how people are being first committed fraud with. The money is being siphoned off, and then this money is then being used to purchase cryptocurrency, based on which the value of the cryptocurrency, this money makes these accused have a windfall gain. So all the aspects of this was being examined and was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. And while the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate is being undertaken, it is also important to note that even the National Investigating Agency is also today conducting raids in several of states in the country related to cyber fraud. So you can understand that what exactly is the impact of the cyber fraud case, where there are several elements that are involved. How people today are being committed fraud with through phishing, how people are being committed fraud with through fake WhatsApp calls, digital arrest. The money is being taken off, and then that money is rather used for purchasing cryptocurrency, the value of which, whenever it increases, gives a windfall gain to these accused. So yes, a very deep nexus indeed.
Piyush, it is time that these details are unraveled, given the extent of how these cyber frauds are on the rise. For the moment, I want to thank you for joining us with all those details. We also move on to more breaking news coming in, this time from Maharashtra, where there is massive confusion, rather huddle, over CM face. Now we are learning of a poster that has been put outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence, that is the Sagar Bungalow. The poster that terms him permanent Maharashtra Chief Minister. A clear message to the allies. Devendra Fadnavis, who has said it out loud that he will be the Chief Minister. BJP also wanting the same, but we know how the Shinde Sena has been pushing for Eknath Shinde to be the Chief Minister. However, Devendra Fadnavis being termed as permanent Maharashtra Chief Minister by his party workers, and so is the poster that has been displayed outside his bungalow, outside his residence, that is the Sagar Bungalow. Let me cut across to Sandeep, joining us on the broadcast with further details on the same. The message is loud and clear, Sandeep.
Suesha, very much clear in fact, and this placard or this banner has been put up outside the official residence of Devendra Fadnavis, depicting him, the permanent Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Definitely the roads are clear for Bharatiya Janata Party's Chief Minister, but the official announcement over the Chief Minister post would be made by today evening, after a conclusive meeting would in fact take place at Delhi with all the Mahayuti senior leaders, which will include Ajit Pawar, which will include Praful Patel, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde as well. Ultimately, yesterday Eknath Shinde took a press conference, and in fact he clearly mentioned that he got a call from Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, wherein he expressed his views, and in fact they were very happy with the tenure that Eknath Shinde had. And he clearly mentioned that he will be doing all and everything that is needed for the Mahayuti alliance. He will not become an hurdle to form the government in Maharashtra. So that is what he said, and whatever decision is being given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi or Amit Shah, that would be in fact followed and adhered by the Shiv Sena party. So ultimately, Ajit Pawar had already supported Bharatiya Janata Party's Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde made it clear yesterday, and now we are just waiting for the official call from the Bharatiya Janata Party senior leadership over the Chief Minister post. It is very much expected that Devendra Fadnavis would be in fact taking charge as the Chief Minister, but we have to hold it until and unless the Bharatiya Janata Party top brass makes an official announcement on the name of Fadnavis.
All right, Sandeep, do stay on with us as we continue to put on more breaking news on the same. Let's quickly flash those details for our viewers amid growing suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Shiv Sena leader Shaina NC, who stated that Shinde should have been the natural choice for the CM fix. The Eknath Shinde Sena that continues to push for Eknath Shinde to be the Maharashtra Chief Minister. That primarily is the reason that there is still no concrete development on the Maharashtra Chief Minister, as much as the BJP pushing for it. Let's also understand how Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis will all be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah today in the national capital. And Devendra Fadnavis, outside whose home is that poster calling him the permanent Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Here is what the Shinde Sena has to say.
The reality is that Eknath Shinde ji has been an excellent captain of the team. The way he led us to victory shows you that, people on ground, masses, voters all accepted various schemes, whether it was the Ladki Behna Yojana or incredible work which has been done in 2.5 years. Now, the reality is that the strike rate of all three parties has been so stupendous that obviously every party will want its own leader to become Chief Minister. But we feel clearly that the way Eknath Shinde ji has worked on ground without any allegation and for the common man, and as a leader of a cricket team who has led us to victory, he should have been the natural choice.
And even as we continue to track all those details very closely, we'll also take a quick check of the other top stories making news this morning. Stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. Security measures have been intensified in Sambal district in Uttar Pradesh following that stone pelting incident that had happened on the 24th of November. Violence erupted after a team arrived to survey the Shahi Jama Masjid. Police having filed 7 FIRs and arrested 27 individuals so far. As a precaution, internet services still remain suspended. According to SP Krishna Kumar, the situation is otherwise under control. In Manipur, security forces have conducted extensive search operations and area domination in both hill and valley districts. Strict security measures are taken up in all vulnerable locations, and security convoy is provided in sensitive stretches in order to ensure free and safe movement of the vehicles. a total of 94 checkpoints that have been set up in sensitive areas, ensuring strict security measures. No arrests have been made in this connection with violations. No major incidents have been reported. A major bribery scandal that has emerged with the Mandya Excise Department, where officials are allegedly demanding large bribes for issuing bar licenses. Despite applicants providing all necessary documentation, their requests are being denied unless bribes ranging from 20 to 40 lakh rupees are paid. Corruption was exposed by Congress worker Puneet, who filed a complaint with the Lokayukt backed by audio and video evidence. He accused Excise DC Ravi Shankar and Madur Excise Inspector Shiva Shankar are under investigation. Tamil Nadu government has rejected Prime Minister's Vishwakarma scheme in its current form, citing its discriminatory nature against certain caste groups. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin informed the Union government that Tamil Nadu would create a more inclusive scheme for artisans. The state had earlier raised concerns about scheme reinforcing caste-based violations and suggested modifications, but these were ignored. The state has now opted its own device. Cyclone Fengal, currently in Bay of Bengal, is expected to intensify in the days to come. Tamil Nadu Navy is preparing to provide necessary assistance to vulnerable coastal areas in coordination with state and civil authorities. Relief teams have been positioned. Essential supplies including food, water, medicines are being stocked in anticipation of the cyclone's impact. And moving on, as India-Singapore bilateral that has also signaled several developments of stronger ties between the two nations. We get you all the details in this report.
I am raised as a Hindu. I speak about India freely, and it makes a difference to a lot of people. Today, India is the most emerging, amazing power. The way Mr. Narendra Modi has represented the country worldwide is unbelievable. India was born in 1947, I was born in 1955. We've both grown up together. We have both seen ups and downs of the country. I am protective towards my country.
The Champions Trophy 2025 hangs in the balance as India's refusal to travel to Pakistan continues to cast a shadow over the tournament. The International Cricket Council is set to break the stalemate with a decisive meeting on November 29. India and Pakistan have not played a bilateral series since 2007, and political tensions have escalated since the 2008 Mumbai attacks. India has remained firm on not sending its team to Pakistan for the Champions Trophy, a stance that has delayed the tournament's schedule. While the BCCI proposed a hybrid model allowing India to play its matches in a neutral venue, the Pakistan Cricket Board has flatly refused it. Pakistan cited their cooperation during the 2023 ODI World Cup in India and has stayed adamant that India does the same. PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi has stayed adamant on his stance, saying, and I quote, "The tournament will not happen under hybrid conditions." Pakistan government also tried to put pressure on India by touring the Champions Trophy in Pak-occupied Kashmir regions. However, after complaint from BCCI, the ICC blocked the trophy tour in POK. While India refusing to travel and Pakistan refusing to cooperate for a hybrid model, countries like South Africa emerged as an alternate to host the tournament altogether. The ICC has called for a crucial virtual meeting on November 29 to finalize the much-delayed tournament schedule. This meeting comes just days before BCCI Secretary Jai Shah is set to assume the ICC chairmanship on December 1st, 2024. An ICC spokesperson confirmed to PTI that the
Defending champions, India started their Men's Junior Asia Cup campaign on a rousing note, thrashing lowly Thailand 11-0 in a lopsided Pool A match. Besides India and Thailand, Chinese Taipei, Japan and South Korea are the other teams in Pool A. Pool B consists of arch rivals Pakistan, Malaysia, Bangladesh, hosts Oman and China. Top seeds PV Sindhu and Lakshya Sen advanced to the second round of the women's and men's singles respectively at the Syed Modi International Super 300 Badminton Tournament after registering straight game victories. Two-time Olympic medalist Sindhu defeated rising shuttler Anmol Kharge 21-17, 21-15, while Lakshya 2021 World Championships bronze medalist powered past Malaysian qualifier Sholeh Edin 21-12, 21-12 in another match. Slipping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get you the latest on who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. An important meeting in Delhi today where Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar all are to meet with Home Minister Amit Shah. cycle at close to 70, and I can totally imagine how physically tiring the film must have been.
I don't feel 69. It's something to do with what you actually feel. Vijay 69 is a triumph not only for me as an actor but also as a person. I don't have any fear of failure because I feel that what will maximum happen? People will say it was not great. To play ordinary characters and people identify me is the most difficult thing.
Many senior citizens rely heavily on family members for support and sometimes face challenges in even the smallest daily purchases and errands. If you're living in Delhi and have senior citizens in your homes, there's good news for them. Delhi has introduced a new pension scheme to provide financial independence and security to elderly citizens. The Delhi Pension Scheme outlines specific eligibility requirements for potential beneficiaries. Applicants must be 60 years or older with a minimum 5-year residency in Delhi. The annual family income threshold is set at Rs 1 lakh and applicants must maintain a single operated bank account. The benefit structure provides a monthly pension of 2,000 rupees for citizens aged 60 to 69, while those aged 70 and above receive Rs 2,500. The scheme includes additional benefits specifically designated for individuals from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and minority communities. The application process is conducted through the e-district portal, requiring submission of age proof, residence proof, and bank account details. Aadhaar card verification serves as a mandatory component of the application process. The scheme offers financial security through steady income support for senior citizens, featuring Delhi's highest pension rates through a streamlined application process. Implementation follows a systematic approach. Applicants must visit the e-district portal, complete the registration and application form, upload the required documentation, and subsequently track their application status.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 11 a.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching Live and Breaking. The focus this hour is on the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. Hindu monk Chinmay Das remains in custody of UNIS administration. Even basic essentials are being denied to the Hindu monk. This while the ISKCON has appealed to followers across the globe to unite against Hindu phobia in Bangladesh. That's one of our top focus stories. Let's first begin with the top headlines this hour. State set for Mahayuti 2.0, Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit Pawar to meet Union Home Minister today. Clincher CCTVs in Sambhal riots point to pre-planned conspiracy. 28 rioters arrested so far. Purported audio clips recovered from riot-accused Sameer, rioter heard urging the crowd to mobilize near the mosque and bring their quote-unquote belongings. Hindu monk Chinmay Das denied basic essentials while in custody, not allowed to meet lawyers on the directions of UNIS administration.
पूरे देश में मैं देख रहा हूं कि कोई भी इस्कॉन टेम्पल से बोल नहीं रहा। इतने डिवोटी हैं, सारे इस्कॉन टेम्पल ही अगर रोड पे आ जाएं तो भारत में जाम कर सकते हैं। तो हर एक इस्कॉन टेम्पल से आवाज उठनी चाहिए।
ISKCON reaches out to devotees across the globe, urges devotees to unite against Hindu phobia in Bangladesh. SP and AIMIM object to Ajmer Dargah survey demand. OAC terms survey demand a Hindutva agenda. And Congress gives a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha to discuss Adani issue. Now, while the Hindu side has demanded the survey of Ajmer Dargah, it's the INDI leaders that have objected to the demand of the survey of Ajmer Dargah. In fact, reactions coming in from the Samajwadi Party and the AIMIM objecting to the survey of Ajmer Dargah. The AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who says that there is a Hindutva agenda behind the survey demand of the Ajmer Dargah, while the Samajwadi Party has also objected to the survey demand by the Hindu side. First up, listening to a reaction coming in from the Samajwadi Party, questioning as to why is there even a need for the survey of the Ajmer Dargah.
मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि इस तरह के जजेस भी, छोटे छोटे जजेस बैठे हुए हैं जो इस देश में आग लगवाना चाहते हैं। कोई मतलब नहीं है। अजमेर शरीफ पर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं चद्दर भिजवाते हैं, सारे देश के लोग, दुनिया भर के लोग आते हैं वहाँ। अब उसको विवादों में डालना बहुत ही घृणित और ओछी मानसिकता का प्रतीक है। और ये यही नहीं, ये सत्ता में बने रहने के लिए बीजेपी समर्थित लोग कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। देश में आग लग जाए इनसे कोई मतलब नहीं, सत्ता में बने रहें बस।
And let's go across to Madhurima. She's joining us from the newsroom. Madhurima, we just heard the Samajwadi Party leader. It's deplorable beyond words how he's blaming the judiciary. He says that judges are behind fanning of violence in the country. But talk to us about the objections being raised by the AIMIM and the Samajwadi Party to the survey demand of the Ajmer Dargah.
Well, yes, absolutely, Samiksha. Now, what's happening is that yet again we saw that the kind of reactions that poured in from the opposition parties when there were riots reported from Sambhal. There was a similar kind of situation over there, and here in Ajmer as well, echoing similar sentiments. The opposition is at it yet again, where they are coming out and asserting that the courts are not doing a good job. It's an outright disrespect of the judicial system. Ram Gopal Yadav, Akhilesh's uncle and a senior Samajwadi Party leader, has come out and yet again slammed the judiciary for issuing a mere notice. What Mr. Ram Gopal Yadav is forgetting here is that if a petition is filed, the first thing that is done is to issue a notice to the person against whom the petition has been filed. So the judiciary is following mere protocol, but yes, we have the opposition over here slamming the judiciary for accepting a PIL that has touted that the Ajmer Sharif Dargah was indeed a Shiv temple, and they want an ASI survey. The hearing is yet to be initiated, and the next hearing is on December 20th. We'll have to wait and watch as to what happened, but before anything could happen, we have these opposition leaders making such volatile statement that could really affect the peace and tranquility of a specific area.
Yes, Madhurima, thank you for getting us all these details and putting it all in context. But also let's listen in to the Hindu side petitioner, Vishnu Shankar Jain, who's called for the survey of the Ajmer Dargah. Listen in to what he had to say.
अजमेर शरीफ दरगाह को लेकर हिंदू पक्ष की एक बड़ी जीत हुई है और वहां शिव मंदिर होने का दावा करने वाले हिंदू सेना के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष विष्णु गुप्ता जी हमारे साथ हैं, जिनकी याचिका पर कल अजमेर की जिला अदालत ने यह फैसला सुनाया है कि यह मामला सुनवाई योग्य है, मेंटेनेबल है और इसको लेकर दूसरे पक्षों को नोटिस जारी किया है। विष्णु जी, क्या है पूरा मामला?
ऐसा पूरा मामला आप सभी को मालूम है, मैं फिर एक बार बताना चाहता हूँ। पूरा मामला अजमेर दरगाह से जुड़ा है। अजमेर दरगाह असल में दरगाह नहीं, भगवान शिव का मंदिर है, संकट मोचन महादेव मंदिर है। उस मंदिर को पृथ्वीराज चौहान के वंशजों ने बनाया था और जो अजमेर है वो पृथ्वीराज चौहान की जन्मस्थली है, उनका जन्म वहीं हुआ था। और जिस समय चिश्ती साहब यहाँ आए थे, आपको मालूम है चिश्ती साहब मोहम्मद गौरी के साथ आए थे 1100 ईस्वी के आसपास में। उस समय मोहम्मद गौरी ने पृथ्वीराज चौहान से लड़ाई लड़ी और उसके बाद जब वो जन्मस्थली पृथ्वीराज चौहान की है, शिव मंदिर है, तो उन्होंने क्या क्या किया, उनके सिपह सालारों ने वहां पे एक 2.5 दिन का झोपड़ा है पास में, संस्कृत विद्यालय उसे कहते हैं, उसको तोड़ कर नष्ट कर दिया, 2.5 दिन की मस्जिद बना दी। और साथ ही साथ जब हम ये सारी चीज देखेंगे, ज्ञानवापी में क्या है, मथुरा में क्या है, भोजशाला में क्या है, तो उसके आधार पे वो भी मंदिर तोड़ा होगा और अजमेर दरगाह बनाई है। और वहां हमने जो कोर्ट में साक्ष्य दिए हैं, वो साक्ष्य ऐसे मजबूत व्यक्ति के साक्ष्य दिए हैं जो अपने आप में उसके ऊपर कोई भी प्रश्न चिन्ह नहीं उठा सकता। हर बिलास शारदा अजमेर का बच्चा जानता है, उनके नाम से वहां रोड के नाम है, सड़कों के नाम है। तो हमने अदालत को यही बताया कि जो हर बिलास शारदा जी हैं।
All right, just a correction there. So that was Hindu Sena Chief Vishnu Gupta, who's the petitioner in this case, demanding the survey of the Ajmer Dargah. For now, here's a breaking that's just coming in. Lok Sabha that's been adjourned till noon, till 12 p.m. Amid the sloganeering and ruckus. The Lok Sabha has been adjourned until noon. So another day, same scenario when the opposition disrupted the parliament proceedings. It's been adjourned until noon. And let's now shift focus back to the survey demand for the Ajmer Dargah. Reactions coming in from the parliamentarians on the demand by the Hindu side. The Hindu Sena chief, who's a petitioner in this case, demanding archaeological survey of the Ajmer Dargah, saying that there was a Shiv temple in this particular area where the where Ajmer Dargah has been built. Listen into the reactions coming in from the parliamentarians.
सांसद रवि किशन इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। रवि जी, एक तरफ तो अजमेर शरीफ के नीचे शिव मंदिर होने की बात कही जा रही है, दूसरी तरफ समाजवादी पार्टी नेता ये भी कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जाते हैं अजमेर शरीफ पे चादर चढ़ाते हैं और दूसरी तरफ इस तरह की जो चीजें हैं वो सामने आती हैं। सत्ता पे बैठे रहने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकती है बीजेपी।
नहीं, देखिए, बात किसी ने वहां पर किसी माननीय ने अपना याचिका दायर की, वो जांच का विषय, माननीय कोर्ट ने उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहां से आ गई? ये हर बात ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को तो खींचना इन लोगों ने बस यही सीखा है और इनको जनता खींच के खत्म कर रही है। हरियाणा में देखो, महाराष्ट्र में भी देखो, जितना ये लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी को घसीटते हैं मैटर में और उन पे आरोप लगाते हैं, इनको जनता खत्म ही कर दे। प्रधानमंत्री जी को छूना नहीं चाहिए भाई, वो अलग ही व्यक्ति हैं, निस्वार्थ व्यक्ति हैं। इनको हर बार देश को विराट विशाल बना रहे हैं, हर बात में प्रधानमंत्री जी को खींचते हैं और जनता फिर इनको रगड़ के खींचती है। फिर देखिए क्या दुर्दशा इनकी वहां पर महाराष्ट्र में कर दी, मुंह दिखाने लायक नहीं है।
मैं पढ़ देता हूँ। संवेमत से ये प्रस्ताव कर सकेगा, ठीक है सर, उस दिन राज्यसभा के समय सूचीबद्ध, ठीक है सर, कार्य से संबंधित किसी प्रस्ताव पर, प्रस्ताव भी है सर, किसी नियम का लागू होना निलंबित कर दिया जाए और यदि ये प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हो जाता है तो संबंधित नियम उस समय के लिए निलंबित कर दिया जाएगा, परंतु ये और कि ये नियम उस समय में लागू नहीं होगा जहां नियमों के विशेष अध्याय के अधीन किसी नियम के निलंबन के लिए पहले से ही कोई विशेष वो है नहीं। मेरा सिर्फ ये कहना है, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था, देश की सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ अडानी का 2300 करोड़ का प्रकरण है, इसमें गंभीर है, सरकार को जवाब।
नथिंग इज गोइंग रिकॉर्ड, नहीं, the house stands adjourned to meet.
All right, so the Rajya Sabha has also been adjourned. You just heard the speaker, Jagdeep Dhankar, saying that nothing is going on record. As Pramod Tiwari was seen speaking out of turn. Both houses of the parliament that have been adjourned for now. So while Lok Sabha has been adjourned until noon, the Rajya Sabha, as we understand, has been adjourned until 2 p.m. And this while there was an argument between Speaker Jagdeep Dhankar and Pramod Tiwari, as Jagdeep Dhankar said that nothing is going on record following the disruption and ruckus in the upper house. So both houses that have been adjourned another day, it's the third day of the session. Another day when the ruckus and sloganeering continues. While 16 bills are to be tabled in the winter session of the parliament, it's the ruckus and the sloganeering that has taken center stage and not the discussion on these bills. Let's go across to Riyanka, who's joining us from Vijay Chowk. Riyanka, it's not new, another day when there has been disruption and ruckus, sloganeering by the opposition. But if you can talk to us, what is the agenda for the day in the parliament, the bills that could be taken up in today's session in the parliament?
Right, Samiksha, what we are seeing from the very start is that the parliament sessions are being marred by disruptions and sloganeering, and at the end of the day, there are just stagnant discussions which are not going anywhere, with both the houses being now adjourned. So that is the situation that is constantly not happening smoothly, something that the centre had come out and rather urged to all the parties, the opposition as well, to let business happen smoothly. But clearly the opposition is very much adamant on their agenda is to just get on with the sloganeering and disruption in the House. For now, what we are getting to know is that both the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha have been adjourned till 12. And after that, there will be proceedings that will be beginning. But major focus that is gaining the highlight right now is, of course, the Adani indictment issue, as well as the Waqf issue. That is the focal point for the opposition to stage protests and dharna, and as well as raising slogans in the parliament. But all eyes will be again at 12 p.m. when the proceedings begin, whether or not there will be a smooth proceeding happening at that point or not. That is something that needs to be seen.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for the moment. So, waiting for the House to resume. Both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha have been adjourned until 12 p.m. There was an altercation that ensued between Jagdeep Dhankar and Pramod Tiwari of the Congress, after which Jagdeep Dhankar said that the House has been adjourned until 12 p.m. So 16 bills that are in the pipeline in the winter session of the parliament. While there has been no fruitful discussion in the last 2 days in wake of the disruption and sloganeering, it's yet another day when it seems that there will not be any productive discussion, given that the ruckus and disruption continues in both the houses. We will just play out that sequence of the brief altercation between Jagdeep Dhankar and Pramod Tiwari. Let's play out that sequence from the Rajya Sabha a short while ago, when Jagdeep Dhankar called for peaceful discussion in the House while opposition continued with the disruption. But just a quick recap of those key bills that are to be tabled in the winter session of the Parliament. The important ones being the bills that are to watch out for will of course be the bill, the Waqf Amendment Bill and One Nation, One Poll Bill as well. So other than these bills, several key issues that are to be taken up in the winter session of the Parliament. The Adani matter, which the opposition seeks a discussion on, Manipur conflict, as well as the amendments that have been suggested to the Waqf Bill. So while there are a lot of issues to be raked up, to be discussed, taken up in both the houses, and 16 bills that are to be tabled, there is clearly no end to the disruption and ruckus in both the houses.
Persuade the chair historically only by exhibiting highest standard of conformity to the rules. And as I indicated yesterday, the ruling of the chair must evoke deference and not a challenge. And I'm sure rules are so comprehensive that they enable every member of parliament to contribute. Let me advert for a moment. During last session, we had the occasion to make allocation of time, and we failed to utilize the time because of want of speakers. And therefore, there can be no grievance at all to voice your concerns, but in accordance with rules. If we start having a practice my way or no way, that is not only not democratic, that will pose a great challenge to the very existence of this sacred theatre. I have no doubt any deviation from the rules is virtually sacrileging this temple. We persuade the chair historically only by exhibiting highest standard of conformity to the rules. And as I indicated yesterday, the ruling of the chair must evoke deference and not a challenge. And I'm sure rules are so comprehensive that they enable every member of parliament to contribute. Let me advert for a moment. During last session, we had the occasion to make allocation of time, and we failed to utilize the time because of want of speakers. And therefore, there can be no grievance at all to voice your concerns, but in accordance with rules. If we start having a practice my way or no way, that is not only not democratic, that will pose a great challenge to the very existence of this sacred theatre. I have no doubt any deviation from the rules is virtually sacrileging this temple.
Let's now shift our focus to Bangladesh, where Hindu monk Chinmay Das has been charged with sedition and sent to 10 days of judicial custody. Spiritual leader Devki Nandan Das, who's reached out to ISKCON followers, saying that Hindus across the globe must unite over the Hindu phobia in Bangladesh by the Yunus administration. So it's an all-out appeal by spiritual leader Devki Nandan Das to ISKCON followers to hit the streets and demand the release of the Hindu monk Chinmay Prabhu Das, who's denied even basic essentials while he remained in custody of the Yunus administration, to a point that the Hindu leader, the Hindu monk, is not even allowed to meet his lawyers while in custody. Listen in first up to that appeal, the all-out appeal by the spiritual leader urging the followers of ISKCON to hit the streets and demand the release of Chinmay Das.
ISKCON वर्ल्ड वाइज एक बहुत बड़ी संस्था है और उन्हीं के पुजारी को अरेस्ट किया गया बांग्लादेश में। और पूरे देश में मैं देख रहा हूं कि कोई भी इस्कॉन टेम्पल से बोल नहीं रहा। इतने डिवोटी हैं, सारे इस्कॉन टेम्पल ही अगर रोड पे आ जाएं तो भारत में जाम कर सकते हैं, बांग्लादेश को जाम कर सकते हैं, अमेरिका को भी जाम कर सकते हैं। इतने इस्कॉन के फॉलोअर्स हैं। पर एक व्यक्ति जिसने सत्य के लिए आवाज उठाई, वहां हिंदुओं को बचाने के लिए आवाज उठाई, इस्कॉन से आवाज नहीं आ रही उनके लिए, आनी चाहिए। जब देवकीनंदन कथा पंडाल में आवाज उठा सकता है तो हर एक इस्कॉन टेम्पल से आवाज उठनी चाहिए।
And let's go across to Ridhita. She's joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Ridhita, if you can talk to us about what is the situation at present. We are given to understand that medicines, prasad, are not being allowed to the Hindu monk, and he's not even allowed to meet his lawyers while in judicial custody. Ridhita, if you can hear us, if you can talk to us about the situation at present. In Bangladesh, we given to understand that Chinmay Prabhu Das is not being allowed to meet his lawyers. All right, we seem to have lost that connection, but let's put out those visuals that have surfaced. Visuals from New York and even in Finland, where ISKCON followers have come out in large numbers over Hindu phobia in Bangladesh. Now, in wake of the rise of extremism in Bangladesh, the radical elements in the country, there is an all-out appeal, like we told you, by ISKCON to its followers to come out in large numbers and protest against the Hindu phobia in Bangladesh by the Yunus administration. There are protests that are taking place across the globe. These are the visuals on your screens from New York and also from Finland. Let's put out those visuals again of the ISKCON followers who have taken to streets over the rising extremism in Bangladesh. Let's try and put out those visuals that have surfaced from New York and Finland, where you see the followers of ISKCON taking to streets. Massive anger which has only been piling against the Yunus administration for the rise in Hindu atrocities and the very fact that the minority rights is not being protected by the Yunus administration. So these are the visuals on your screens.
Yes, we have appealed to the Honorable Prime Minister to intervene and see that what is happening in Bangladesh is put to a stop. I think now too much has been happening over the last few months, and it is basically appears to be the radical elements in Bangladesh forcing the Hindu minority by various means, destroying their places of worship, destroying their homes, their properties, outraging the modesty of their ladies, and the way they are not being allowed even to peacefully protest. You saw only therefore yesterday how Chinmay Krishna Das, who's ISKCON priest, has been arrested on unjust charges of sedition, because he was protesting peacefully with the Hindu minority, demanding some of the protections from the radical elements.
Sir, apart from releasing the Hindu prisoners who have been forcefully abducted, we can say, by the Bangladeshi authorities, you have also said that there needs to be stringent international sanctions on the Bangladesh and also the UN sanctions be imposed on the Bangladesh by the Indian side.
Yes, this is an illegal government forced on Bangladesh
In fact, the actually elected government has been forcibly removed, and there is a total lawlessness in Bangladesh. Government of India needs to take up this matter and go for whatever diplomatic and international measures are required to be taken to force Bangladesh to take care of its citizens. Otherwise, some kind of intervention needs to be made.
All right, so that was former JNK DGP calling for stronger diplomatic measures. But these are the scenes from Finland, Helsinki in Finland and New York, where ISKCON followers are taking to streets, demanding action and seeking the release of Hindu monk Chinmay Prabhudas. Anger that is clearly spilling to streets over the rise in Hindu atrocities in Bangladesh. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. But when we come back, we will get you the latest on the Sambhal violent riots probe, clincher CCTV and audio clips, the purported audio clips that we've accessed, which show how the riots were nothing but a pre-planned conspiracy.
Mahayuti leaders from Maharashtra will be flying to Delhi today, later in the day, which includes Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. They are going to chalk out plan for who will be the next chief ministerial candidate. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. Afternoon. Today I have some good news to report from the Middle East. I just spoke with the Prime Minister of Israel and Lebanon. I'm pleased to announce that their governments have accepted the United States proposal to end the devastating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. I want to thank President Macron of France for his partnership in reaching this moment. For nearly 14 months, a deadly conflict raged across the
Stage set for Mahayuti 2.0, Fadnavis, Shinde and Ajit Pawar to meet Union Home Minister Amit Shah today. Clincher CCTVs in Sambhal riots point to pre-planned conspiracy. 28 rioters arrested so far. Purported audio clip recovered from riot-accused writer heard saying, urging crowd to mobilize near mosque and bring their quote-unquote belongings. Hindu monk Chinmay Das denied basic essentials while in custody, not allowed to meet lawyers on the directions of Yunus administration.
कि कोई भी इस्कॉन टेम्पल से बोल नहीं रहा, इतने डिवोटी हैं सारे इस्कॉन टेम्पल ही अगर रोड पे आ जाएं तो भारत में जाम कर सकते हैं। तो हर एक इस्कॉन टेम्पल से आवाज उठनी चाहिए।
ISKCON reaches out to followers across the globe, urges devotees to unite against Hindu phobia in Bangladesh. SP and AIMIM object to Ajmer Dargah survey demand. Owaisi terms survey demand a Hindutva agenda. And Congress MP Randeep Surjewala demands discussion on Adani issue in the parliament. Very good morning. It's 11:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching Live and Breaking. We start this edition with the news break that's coming in. India having tested a new ballistic missile with a 3,500 kilometer range that's been fired from K4 submarine platform. This comes as a big boost to India's nuclear armament. India has tested nuclear capable ballistic missile. It has a range of 3,500 kilometer and has been tested from K4 submarine platform. So it's a big boost to India's nuclear armament. 3,500 kilometer range missile that's been test fired from K4 submarine platform. We will just try and get more details of this nuke missile that's been tested, but a feather in India's nuclear armament. The country has tested a nuclear capable submarine that launched ballistic missile SLBM that's designed for a strike range of 3,500 kilometer from the newly commissioned nuclear powered submarine INS Arighat on Wednesday, that is yesterday. According to sources, it has a strike range of 3,500 kilometer. Indian Navy having tested a nuclear capable submarine launched ballistic missile from the newly commissioned nuclear powered submarine INS Arighat. So it was yesterday that the Indian Navy carried out the test firing of the 3,500 kilometer K4 ballistic missile from the newly inducted nuclear submarine INS Arighat. The test results are still being analyzed. The boat is operated by Strategic Forces Command as per sources in defense. A big boost to the Indian Navy. 3,500 kilometer K4 ballistic missile that was test fired from the newly inducted nuclear submarine INS Arighat. The test results are still being analyzed as per sources in defense. So just a quick recap of the details trickling in. The missile test took place off Visakhapatnam in the Bay of Bengal. According to sources in defense, the solid-fueled K4 missile has previously only been tested from submersible pontoons. It was fired from the 6,000-ton INS Arighat, the visuals of which is on your screens. Beg your pardon, these are file visuals on your screens, but a big boost to India's nuclear armament. India having tested nuclear-capable ballistic missile, 3,500 kilometer range missile that was fired from K4 submarine platform. Let's try and see if we have Colonel Shailendra Singh, a defense expert who's live with us. But just a quick recap of the details we have so far. It's a 3,500 kilometer range missile that's been fired from K4 submarine platform. Sources in defense telling us that it has a strike range of 3,400 kilometers. The missile test took place off Visakhapatnam in the Bay of Bengal. Awaiting more details from the defense side. But nuclear capable ballistic missile that was tested from INS Arikhat. It's designed for a strike range of 3,500 kilometers. We are awaiting an official word on the missile test. But sources in defense tell us that it was a solid-fueled K4 missile that was tested from the 6,000-ton INS Arikhat. The K4 has so far only been tested from submersible pontoons over the past several years. And just to put this in context, INS Arikhat has been country's second nuclear-powered submarine with nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles. It was commissioned on 29th of August. The submarine can carry K4 missiles, unlike her forerunner INS Arihant, armed only with 750-kilometer range K-15 missiles. So this is a K4 missile that was test-fired with a strike range of 3,500 kilometers from K4 submarine. We will try and get more voices to get us a better understanding of what this means when it comes to India's nuke strength and capabilities. But a big feather in the cap of the Indian Navy. A nuclear-capable submarine that launched ballistic missile designed for a strike range of 3,500 kilometers from the newly commissioned nuclear-powered submarine INS Arikhat on Wednesday. We are awaiting an official word on the same. But the details that we have so far are the details that we've received from sources in defense. So awaiting the test results, which will be crucial in determining whether the missile firing was actually a success and met the laid down trial objectives and parameters. However, a big feather to the cap of the Indian Navy. K4 ballistic missile that was tested from INS Arikhat of Visakhapatnam. Note, INS Arikhat is the country's second nuclear-powered submarine with a nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles. It was commissioned on 29th of August. Let's go across to our senior editor, Shravan, who's joining us with more details. Shravan, this is definitely a big boost. Take us to the details known so far.
Well, Samiksha, this is the first test that has been carried out from a nuclear-powered submarine platform. In fact, this test was carried out from Visakhapatnam. The official results of the test are yet to come out, but what is significant here is that, remember, this gives the much needed boost to the nuclear platform in the country. And the fact that this ballistic missile, which has basically been tested from the Bay of Bengal with a range of almost 3,500 kilometers, is quite significant, keeping in mind that that is an area of domination that India is basically looking at. And the fact that you have a nuclear-powered submarine, which is at the testing phase right now, it adds to the fleet, and more importantly, gives a significant boost if you really compare it with our neighboring countries, particularly with China. And the fact of the matter is this, that with India basically choosing to carry out these tests from Visakhapatnam also sends across a significant message, if I may say so. Samiksha, if you really look at the kind of developments that have taken place, and over a period of time with Arikhat's performance itself, and the fact that India has been pushing forward to ensure that there is a larger fleet of nuclear-powered submarines.
Yes, Shravan, thank you for the moment. Let's also take a word from Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense expert, joining us on the broadcast. Sir, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. India having tested nuclear-capable ballistic missile from INS Arikhat. While we are awaiting the test results, if you can give us a better understanding as to what does this mean when it comes to India's nuke power.
We must evaluate things very correctly. For what? For a Jai Hind India and Jai Hind viewers. If we want our country to be a leader in the world, these are those inescapable actions, deterrent actions, which we will have to take. We have the best of the missile technology. We had it for last nearly 20 years. We are developing it further. And what is the ultimate development for? Ultimate development will be that one of our submarine, Arigat, will launch a missile which is capable of taking a nuclear arsenal or a nuclear warhead. What for? It is not to disturb the world, but it is to test our capability. It is to test and upgrade our technology. It is going to serve as a deterrence to those who are looking at us with a wrong eye, with an ill intention towards us. So I feel, congratulations, India. I'm very proud of our defense forces, and I can assure the complete India that till the time the Army, Navy, Air Force are able to upgrade their arsenal, they are able to sharpen up the nuclear capability, which is the need of the day. The only thing which holds back a war is when your nation is not only nuclear capable, but it has got an advanced technology. I think it should be a clear message to China that today onwards, even up to 3,500 kilometers, we can strike anywhere. Maybe your China Sea, maybe in any other role. Yes.
Yes, Colonel Shailendra Singh, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and sharing those details with us. We are awaiting the test results, of course. For now, we switch focus to the other story we are tracking. This is, of course, the probe into Sambhal clashes that took place on 24th of November. We are getting exclusive details of the recovery by the UP police. 41 rounds of bullets were fired by rioters as per sources in police. They've even recovered 41 empty cartridges from the spot. The UP police, as well as the forensic team, recovered the empty cartridges, 21 shells of 12 bore pistol, 11 shells of 32 bore pistol, 9 shells of 315 bore pistol have been recovered so far by the police. So, crucial evidence that's been recovered by the UP police and the forensic team, which shows how the rioters were heavily armed. 41 rounds of bullets that were fired by rioters as per sources. In fact, this as 41 empty cartridges have been recovered from that location where riots broke out during videography of the Sambhal mosque. And let's go across to Jatin, who has been tracking all these probe details. जतिन, एक बार हमें फिर से बताइए, 41 कार्ट्रिजेस राउंड ऑफ बुलेट्स मिले हैं. क्या कहना है सोर्सेस का आपकी पुलिस में अभी तक जो रिकवरी हो पाई है, जो कि पॉइंट करता है कि ये प्री प्लान्ड कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, पुलिस को जो स्पॉट से कार्टेजेस मिले, खाली कारतूस मिले, उनकी संख्या 41 है और ये अलग अलग तमंचों से फायर किए गए कारतूस है, जिसमें 12 बोर शामिल है, 32 बोर शामिल है और 315 बोर के भी 9 कारतूस जो है एक तरीके से एम्प्टी कार्टेजेस जिसको बोलते हैं, वो यूपी पुलिस की फॉरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट ने रिकवर किए हैं. आपको याद दिला दें कि जिन 4 लोगों की मौत हुई है गोली लगने से, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में ये क्लियर हुआ कि उनकी मौत जिस बुलेट से हुई वो 315 बोर की बुलेट थी, जो कि तमंचे से पॉइंट ब्लैंक रेंज से फायर की गई थी. हालांकि एक पूरी खाका जो है वो अब फॉरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट तैयार कर रहा है. 41 जो एक तरीके से एम्प्टी कार्टेजेस उस मस्जिद के आसपास से रिकवर किए गए हैं. तो ये बात बिल्कुल क्लियर है कि दंगाइयों की तरफ से जो फायरिंग की गई वो तकरीबन 41 राउंड से, जो कि ऑन रिकॉर्ड पुलिस अब इसको अपनी चार्जशीट या यूं कहे कि कोर्ट में जब दलीलें रखेंगी तो उसमें साफ तौर पर पेश करती हुई नजर आएगी. दूसरी तरफ जो फुटेज अब रिकवर हो रहे हैं, जिसमें फायरिंग करने के इशारे को लेकर सफेद कलर के कपड़े पहने शख्स बोल रहे हैं कि आप पुलिस की तरफ फायरिंग कीजिए. जो सीसीटीवी ग्रैब हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं कि एक ब्लैक जैकेट पहना शख्स जिसने फेस कवर किया हुआ है वो पुलिस की तरफ तमंचा लहराते हुए फायर कर रहा है. तो ये तमाम ऐसे एविडेंस है और जो स्पॉट से रिकवरीज अब फॉरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट कर रहा है उसके आधार पर अपना केस स्ट्रॉन्ग करने की पुलिस की कोशिश है. हर पहलू को इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है कि किस किसके कहने पर इतनी भीड़ जो है मस्जिद के आसपास की गलियों में इकट्ठी हो जाती है। हालांकि कल जुमे की नमाज है जिसको लेकर डिप्लॉयमेंट और भी बढ़ाया जा रहा है। कल सर्वे रिपोर्ट एक तरीके से कोर्ट में पेश होनी है, तो कोर्ट की सिक्योरिटी को भी इनहैंस किया जा रहा है, वहां पर भी बढ़ाया जा रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक तरफ सबूतों को जुटाना, दूसरी तरफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना, तीसरी तरफ गिरफ्तारी करना और चौथी तरफ पूरे परिसर को, चाहे वो मस्जिद के आसपास का इलाका हो या कोर्ट के आसपास का इलाका हो, वहां पे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन मेंटेन करना, ये अभी ऑन ग्राउंड सिचुएशन है और पुलिस हर सिचुएशन को मैनेज करने, उसको टैकल करने में जुटी हुई है।
Yes, Jatin, thank you for the moment. We'll also play out that purported audio clip that we've accessed in which one of the writers is seen inciting and mobilizing the crowd. But remains to be seen whether that audio clip is going to be admissible in the court or not. We head into a very short break, but we will get you more leads after we come back.
From the opposition, the JPC on Waqf has now unanimously decided to seek an extension in submitting of the report which was supposed to be given tomorrow, but that is now something that seems will be extended or sought an extension till the end of the next budget session that is going to be happening in the year 2025. Viewers, do stay tuned as we'll come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
And a quick look at other stories in brief. 10 overground workers linked to terror groups were arrested during a large-scale crackdown aimed at dismantling the terror ecosystem in J&K's Kathua district. The operation, which spanned 17 locations, was jointly carried out by the police and CRPF. Arrests were made from border areas including Kana, Chak, Harya and Sparl. Other regions in this area, incriminating evidence was recovered by the cops.
चैलेंजेस काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैं, बट इसके लिए जो कारकर्दगी है वो भी हमने दुरुस्त की है और नए इंस्ट्रक्शंस वगैरह पास ऑन किए हैं। इसमें अभी और भी कार्रवाई की जाएगी, जो खासकर जो अपर ग्राउंड वर्कर का स्ट्रक्चर है उसको डिमोलिश करने के लिए, और ये इसी संदर्भ में जो कार्रवाइयाँ हैं और भी तेज की जाएंगी। सभी तरफ के रीइंफोर्समेंट्स हमने किए हैं और इस संदर्भ में जो OGW खासकर है उनके खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई है वो हम आगे भी मुहिम की तरह जारी रखेंगे।
The Customs Department of Pooch conducted raids at locations linked to cross-border trade along the line of control. Raids were carried out at the residence and business establishment of Niaz Bhatt, who is believed to be involved in Indo-Pakistan cross-border trade by Chakandabag in Pooch. The Ministry of Home Affairs has suspended LOC trade in J&K had suspended this in April 29 after reports indicated routes were being misused by Pakistan-based elements for smuggling illegal weapons, narcotics and fake currency. Hemant Soren is set to be sworn in as 14th Chief Minister of Jharkhand today. The Jharkhand Mukti Morcha is expected to retain 6 ministerial positions, including the Chief Minister post, while Congress will likely get 4 and the RJD will get 1.
He will actually focus on the development work that has been lacking in Jharkhand in the last 5 years of his tenure. Last 5 years of his tenure was marked by corruption, allegations, scams. The CM himself had to